Check, check. Mic check. Go over to my channel and check my mic. See y'all. Well, just waiting to see it go live. Looks like my mic is working. Okay. I guess we're live. Hey, y'all. Let me drop a link. If I can remember where it is. Invite. There it is. Pasted. Hello, Capricorny dear. We're doing random chat tonight. CJDV Chris, hello. What a pleasure to see you. I believe the Michigander is going to be joining us in a minute, and he's probably going to call in. We've been chit-chatting a lot lately about the weirdness of awakening and trying to untangle what is like truth and what is a government drive-by. At least that's where I'm at. Pretty good, but bored. Thank you for asking. How are you doing today, girlfriend? What's up, Jess Palmer? Look at that. We got a good turnout. That's nice to see on a Sunday night. And really, if I'm honest, like the last couple of days have been kind of depressing and boring and energetically confusing. Just to be real honest, I was super disappointed with this month because everything seemed to be going really well. I was on a great upward trajectory with like my just everything. And I did a little bit of traveling around and meeting people and having fun. And then I had some more plans, made a bunch of plans that were through the end of this month. And I hurt my knee really bad when I was messing with my camping equipment and trying out some new stuff in the backyard before I took it on the road. Hurt my knee super bad. And I was thinking and thinking on it for like a week and icing it and trying to take it easy because I didn't want to have to cancel Flattoberfest. I had tickets and a hotel and everything, but I was going to camp for the week leading up to Flattoberfest in a whole bunch of locations all over Kentucky and North Carolina and South Carolina, all these places I was looking at that I had never been. I was like, well, now's a good time to go. The weather's kind of decent, this part of the country, not too bad. And I kept putting off leaving because my knee was hurting. And then I was sitting there, I guess, about a week ago and really just kind of torn up about it. You know what I mean? Like it was one of those things where I looked at all the money that I spent on the tickets and on the hotel and all that stuff. And I was like, God, I really should make an effort to go. Hi, we got Sylvie too. What a pleasure to see you. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna see how I feel. I'm gonna do some meditation on this though, and just kind of go inside and figure out, should I take off and go, or should I sit here? And I shit you not, I had one of those like dream downloads or something where it was like, yeah, you can go, but if you go, you're gonna die. And I was like, what? I'm not ready. So I didn't go. And I wasn't paying a lot of attention. I didn't realize a hurricane was getting ready to move through the area. But if I had gone, yeah, I would literally have been camping and not paying attention to my phone and stuff or the weather or any of that, right in the path of that storm, everywhere that got all flooded out. Daniel?
Hello.
Did I mute you? Or you not muted?
No, ma'am. I'm here. Can you hear
Can
me?
anybody else hear Daniel?
Finish up a little maintenance work. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Okay, that's weird. I can hear you now. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. And let me check
Say
my
something
stuff.
again, because it might be just in my earphones. I can't hear you.
I got it low. Hold on. How's that? That better? I'm clipping. I'm hitting at the top of my mic.
I can't hear you in my headphones at all. Can you hear me though?
Yes, ma'am. I
That's
can
weird.
hear you
Hold on,
just
let me check
fine.
some settings.
Hello, everybody. I've seen Capricorny around somewhere before. Who else
I
we got
still
in
can't
here?
hear anything.
Yes, everybody else can hear me fine. Yeah. Okay.
Let me check something here. Hmm. Let's see. I can't figure out why I can't hear you, but everyone else can.
I don't know.
Let's see.
Oh wow, I think you just helped me figure out something going on with my my YouTube. Good deal.
Still don't
Can
hear
you
you.
hear me?
Huh.
Hello? Here, hold on. I'll drop out and come back. Sometimes there's glitches, okay?
It's really tripping me out that I can't hear you, but everybody else can, and I don't know what I've done wrong here. Woo! Okay, I tried another setting. I found another setting in StreamYard. This is only the second or third time I've used StreamYard, and the settings in it are a little bit different looking for headphones and microphone and stuff like that. And I don't know. I just fumble my way through this stuff. So it might have totally been me, but we'll find out in just a minute here. Yeah, I heard the buzzing beep, beep, beep too. I didn't know what that was. So I'm wondering how it works for other people. A lot of people aren't forthcoming about how this stuff works for them. Like, do you ever get those random messages in the middle of the night? You know what I mean? And you listen to it, you decide that you're going to listen to this one, and it's correct. I believe that I literally would have been camping in some of the worst possible locations when Hurricane Helen came through the South. If I hadn't listened to that and just gone, you know what, it's okay that I don't make it to this one, even though it feels like failure. It felt like real failure in the moment because I don't have, I don't have a big, exciting life. I don't really go a lot. I don't know a lot of people in person. I don't meet a lot of people because I'm not one of those go out and go clubbing kinds of people, you know. So my opportunities to meet new people are very, very limited. And I was like, God, I feel like like such a failure for not going. But looking back on it, I'm like, oh my God, you know, even if the worst thing that happened was that I ended up being someplace that got flooded out and I did manage to pack up my tent and all of my junk and get moving, still would have been kind of miserable, utter chaos. Right, and I was able to meet new people through my child when she was around still, but it's one of those things like um, there's no more PTAs or ice cream socials, or they call them the bucket brigade here in our town, where all the parents who have kids in the music department stand on the different intersections and corners in town with buckets, and we collect change to benefit the band, or we do car washes and stuff like that. Uh, I don't really do those things anymore. And it got really weird after she passed when I just be in normal conversations with other women my age. Children become the topic of conversation one way or another, children or grandchildren. So I just kind of sit there quietly all the time. And then if I interject and I say anything to just kind of relate or be part of the conversation, it can quickly go sideways, because then you get well, the normal way that conversation goes is people get stuff like, oh, how old are your children, or how many do you have, or whatever. And then I have to say, I have to either lie by omission or bring out that ugly elephant into the room, like, my daughter is no longer with me, but I did enjoy motherhood very much and I can relate to your struggles or whatever. It instantly puts people in a different mood to hear that kind of thing. So I just end up usually sitting quiet, and then I feel like I'm even more conspicuous by my silence and by not trying to engage in a portion of the conversation because my portion brings something uncomfortable. You know what I mean? When I'm okay now, but it is one of those things where I either have to just sit there and go, oh, that, yeah, wow, like that must be rough, or I have nothing to say about your parenting struggles. And that just, yeah, it leaves you as like the awkward outsider in every room. Um, and if you engage, they're like, well, you don't have children. What do you know? And I'm like, well, I did have a child, for a good 17 years. So I know some stuff, not all of it. You know, I think I got to see the messier parts of what children turn into in their late teens and early 20s by watching from afar. Um, but yeah, man, like it's a serious handicap to social situations to have something like that sitting there, and then like not being able to do the bars and stuff like that because I get all wigged out by the lights and I have seizures. So, I don't know what to do. I was disappointed in myself for not going, and even while being disappointed, now I'm like, well, shoot, that was lucky. That feels lucky now. I'm trying to figure out how to pin now the number to the top of the chat. That's one of those things I don't know how to do yet. Nope, that's not it. Oh, but look, I know how to put your comments on the screen now. Yay, I love you too, Sylvie. And look, oh, that's new. Yay, I learned a new thing. So at least we can be grateful for that tonight, even though we had a bit of a rough start. Okay, it was good to see you. I'm glad I got to see you twice in one day when I haven't been able to connect with you in a long time, Sylvie. Hope everything is as fabulous as ever. Let's see. Let's see who else we can put up here. Look, I can show comments now. Yeah, so that was about it. And then I got some more of those, weird messages that come in a dream state. Um, and I heard when I was at the MUFON thing last week a couple of stories from other people that exactly mirrored mine, and some that were so close and the description so similar that we were clearly talking about the same thing. Whereas the alien encounter um, portion of what's going on in the world isn't something that I had looked at a lot before now. But some of those people were talking about a phenomenon called door blindness, where a person does not ever recall being taken out of their space or being walked into or carried into another space, but they have a lucid memory of being somewhere else and speaking with entities or people. And they often have similar descriptions. So I kind of started this stream to chit chat about that a little bit and see if anybody else felt like sticking their neck out and talking about weird shit. That's pretty big. That's a pretty big weird one, if we're going to be honest. And to admit it is even harder. You know what I mean? Like, I did find some people finally here and there on the internet who admitted to having those kinds of things happen. Um, but a lot of them I have not believed. You know what I mean? And I'm sure that a lot of people won't believe mine either. So there's I don't know, I guess I'm at one of those points where I'm untangling what's believable and what's not. And thanking my lucky stars that I listened to the last one instead of going, you know what? Don't you tell me what to do, spirits and aliens. I'll do what I want. I decided to listen to that one, and I'm pretty grateful right now. Because at the very least, I might have lost a lot of camping equipment that I just replaced and don't want to replace again. Just really don't want to. Truth is way stranger than fiction right now. That's for damn sure. When I was a little kid and straight up through, my 20s, oh God, let's be honest, into my 30s, I was always deep into science fiction, pop culture, comic books, fantasy and adventure books and stuff like that. And then after that strange passing of my child, I started looking into more supernatural things, but not from published books and stuff like that, but from the perspective of individuals and their stories that I could find all over the internet and sometimes in person once in a great while, about what other people's real experiences were. And that's when things started to change. I did start to believe that maybe I hadn't always been reading fantasy and science fiction, but clues about the true nature of reality or things that, some of these authors downloaded out of the universe and just happened to fall in line. Recurring dreams in your 30s and died driving hit a wall, saw myself through the windshield dead. I've had some of those too. Some of those like dreams of my own death, or they're sometimes confused. Like I feel like it's something that already happened. Not like something that's going to happen, but something that definitely happened in the past. And it feels more like a past life memory than like a future thing at all. And so when I started seeing the pixelation and recognizing it for what it was, like this is not just astigmatism in my eye. I saw that shit. That was pixelated. Um, I started looking at like the holographic universe and matrix kind of theories of what the French is going on here, and heard a lot of things through that that also seem to be kind of true. You know what I mean? There seems to be some weight to them based on my own experience. Um, and having had a couple of encounters where I know that I was close to death, like, you know, needed to be resuscitated, lived in a hospital for a couple of days, that kind of stuff. And the things that I saw while I was near death and the rapid succession with which I had visions after I woke up from the last one was pretty distressing. Um, Very strange. And it also led me further to believe that, you know, a lot of us might have died already. And it feels like the Mandela effect and the strangeness of the matrix and the weird world that we're living in right now. I kind of felt like it was because so many souls were being called to this place and time for a purpose. Um, because at one point, when I tried to take myself out, I really didn't want to be here. Not because there's anything so much wrong with this place, but because everything was so wrong, like in my life, my personal life, and it wasn't really due to my own actions most of the time. I can clearly say it was not due to my own actions. Like I totally did my best. I just keep getting knocked down. And I was just tired of it, just frustrated. Like, no, I don't want to rebuild again in my 40s when I've rebuilt every 2 years for the last 30. No, I'm tired. And I tried to leave, and I had this like a fight with somebody on the other side, and felt like they shoved me back in my body and told me, no, I absolutely had to stay. And I was going to be super glad that I did. And it was kind of weird. Um, it was very strange, to say the least. Um, because that, you know, since then, life didn't get any better. You know what I mean? It just kind of like progressively kept spiraling out of control due to circumstances and what looks now very much like actual interference from other people. And then we had all the stuff that happened in the world to everybody, too, you know, with our governments going all crazy and doing silly stuff. What up, Daniel?
Hello. I apologize for that. I had a lifelong friend just got a call from him.
Oh, that's okay. That's good that you got a call.
I haven't spoke to him for a long time. I've been trying to communicate with him, and he wouldn't communicate. And he just did, so it's kind of cool.
Well, that's great.
Yeah. You can hear me now. That's great too. Okay.
Yes, StreamYard
What did I
has
miss?
more buttons.
Catch
Nothing.
me
I
up.
just like some more of the weirdness that was going on, like with the difference between downloads and government drive-bys, broadcasting, you
Yes,
know.
ma'am. Let's talk about it because you could tell the difference if you got your stuff right.
Well, and then you have to worry too about what you're picking up off of the internet and the news and TV and anything else, because that shit really does contain subliminal messaging.
You know,
And
I was having issues with them for about 3 months. Everything was trying to get me to walk out on thin ice, all kinds of crazy stuff. But I know two of them that I had, I know for sure wasn't computer, it was source. One of them came from a tree, though. A tree screamed at me as I was walking by. And I'm like, what the heck? And I walked up to the tree and it's like, stop. I can't understand it. I understood the tree, but I didn't understand the way it was speaking. But I understood, and it showed me that there was bad bullet holes, like bullet wounds in the tree. And it
mhm.
said, stop. It said, stop. Copper flying at high velocity is bad. It wasn't even concerned with itself. It just told me that stop. Copper flying at high velocity is bad. and
Yeah,
I
like
know
that's a
that.
weird one, but it makes some sense to me based on, what we know about
Yeah.
copper and conductivity of electrical impulses and stuff like that. That would make sense.
Now, the other one was pretty unique, but it was after dealing with their computer one with the you got hit by a government drive-by. I sat right up in my bed when they said that to me. I was furious. Right, I was on fire instantly. Just
Yeah, it
I
makes you
couldn't.
mad.
Yeah, yeah, I was on fire instantly. Mad. They were peckering me about something about being a one percenter, and I just fought them back constantly, headstrong the whole time. And it was some bullshit, man. Now that I realize what they were doing, I'm fucking pissed, and they will pay restitution. That's all there is to it.
Well, that's the thing that gets me too, and where I know that I personally got interfered with on my own path, and yeah, I've got a serious bone to pick about these electrical impulses being misused and um, what looks to me like, occasional government or bad entity interference of some kind. Because if I break it all down, they are directly responsible for what happened to my daughter and what happened to my mother. Because
I
I know
wouldn't,
that the shit I was hearing in that house drove me mad, but
man.
I went to the doctor, you know.
Yeah, well, I could tell you right now, he showed me clear as day. You got to stay calm and use your brain, and you have all the evidence you need. I know that much. And the thing is, like right now, if you go check, it's hitting the headlines right now that they had a data breach on the human DNA that they've gathered. Well, what
And
they
what
don't,
pissed me off too, I'm going to tell you, is I was damn sure that it had something to do with that.
well, that's because listen,
Before I even heard about the 23andMe, like about a year ago, I thought if somebody could find me the minute I turned on my phone and got a new computer and started getting involved online, whereas before I wasn't getting that kind of interference, but like I told you, I was keeping my phone put away. I had a boyfriend. I had shit to do. I was busy. He died. I
well,
got lonely. And
listen,
I
the
thought they were
data
using blood magic.
they probably are, but through that system. Here's the deal. That data breach they're doing, they're trying to use it as a scapegoat so they could pawn it off on another country doing the bad action. And the thing is, that ain't the case. It was straight
I don't think
American.
so either. I think
No,
it's
I
Americans too.
yes, it was straight Americans fucking doing it, and I know how to fucking bust them. And I've already. The thing is, I can prove that it happened before they claim their data breach by years. I literally have a paper trail that can be proven, and they'll choke on it. So I'm waiting to see a little bit more come out. There's already lawyers to contact for this. I'm going to do a little bit of investigations tomorrow and a couple days after. I got stuff going on, so uh,
Well, let
my
me know what you find because I hear that here and there from other people, but then they never turn up these sources that they've gone to for help. They're just like,
well,
no, no, you have to go do it yourself. Well, then we're done. We're fucked. We're screwed if nobody's going to
yeah.
help anybody else. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
that's
that
just it.
seems to
I
be the
think it's.
route that everybody takes.
I think that's just it. The best way to prove it is having a large group. And because that's they've already won a few cases through court and settled them out for major amounts because they want it hushed, but they're trying to keep it underneath different names like Havana system or Havana syndrome, this and that and the other thing. So you have to
I
try to.
first learned about that one right after the shit that I witnessed in Florida because
Yeah.
I could feel it, I could hear it, and it was right before Hurricane Irma came in, and that was one of the biggest ones that they've had in years down there. And then I guess a couple weeks ago, before I decided to go camping, so it would have been sometime in August, I guess, I was doing great. Again, everything was going fine. My time was minimal on the computers. I had lots of stuff to do outside. And it all, starts to dry up towards the end of the season. And I started to pick up the change in frequency again. and I started having nightmares and stuff. And they were of things that had never been in my brain before. Like they were just put there by something else. And I was like, you know what? No. And that was after having been harassed all winter long. You know what I mean? So I took off and it did the trick. I felt better after a couple days of deep grounding and hanging out in the trees and stuff like that. But I have to come back here. I always have to come back here at some point. And I think this is definitely a hotbed for radio frequencies.
Yes, ma'am. I agree. Somebody else showed a map of that. I think may have been you.
Yeah,
That was
I
a
found it
hotspot.
on that channel Lookout for Charlie.
Yeah, I
Somebody
don't care.
recommended it to me not too long ago, and I was like, okay, I'll check it out. And he had all kinds of stuff going back years, recordings made from inside people's houses where people had said that they'd heard voices or they'd had disturbances that they thought might be ghosts or something weird, and they actually got recordings. And after I moved out of my house in Flushing, the house that took my daughter, another family moved into that house and they started complaining of strange incidences and strange sounds and voices and crying and things like that. And they had the house investigated. And those people said that they had recordings of voices and things like that too. But when we first encountered these people who had done this investigation on my house, I was still kind of in a semi fugue state after the trauma of it all. So I was barely speaking, and it's that little dragon. This was the year of the dragon, by the way.
It's the white
Um,
one. Hey, it's the white one.
I know he's cute. Uh, but by the time I was emotionally ready to talk to these people, they had either disbanded or they didn't have the same emails or something because I never got answers from any of the inquiries that I sent out to the people my sister spoke to. She spoke to them because I was not well enough at the time. I could barely put two words together to form a sentence, let alone have a whole conversation with someone about what happened. You know what I mean? But she said then that the people had recordings and they were willing to share them with me because it had been my house if I was ready to talk to them. And I was like, not ready then. So now I can't find the motherfuckers. And I'm like, shoot, I want to know what they have on recording there because they were claiming that there was a little girl in the house and that, she needed to be set free and all that kind of stuff. And they did that with priests and whatever. But um, I think that those sometimes what they're picking up as recordings are, yeah, they're like straight from the government. Somebody fucking around. Somebody's got access to the equipment so they can make any sound in a house that they want to.
What's this
Or
again?
an
On my
echo of my
16th,
daughter.
on the May my 16th, I spoke to the universe and I vow not to drive, and I never had it again. I don't understand that.
What now? You vow not to drive?
One reason why I don't have my driver's license from 2 years till 15.
Well, I don't know what to make of that one.
Huh? Interesting. Hey, some people have that. I've had a freak one about on a motorcycle once for a while, but it went away finally. I had a bad one for a long time too.
Oh, that was Capricorn who said that on my 16th.
Yeah.
I spoke to the universe. It said I vow not to drive. Oh, I had not been looking at the chat because I was messing with
Yeah, it's
settings
okay.
and stuff. Now I see
I
what's going
got
on.
you, lady. I'll back you up. I
Thank
got
you.
you.
Thank you.
I
I
know you
moved
don't
the
fucking
bed.
trust nobody, but good gosh. I'm way up here in
I don't.
Hickoryville. I ain't gonna do nothing. If you
No,
can't
I'm not
tell,
worried
I'm
about you
fucking.
doing anything. I stayed,
Yeah.
what? a
Not
day or
interested
two
in that
at your
every day.
place, we're
I just want
fine.
a better day tomorrow, man. Come on, can't we all just get along?
That's all I'm waiting for. Can't we all
Yeah,
just get along?
dang, man. I don't want me some cornbread balls. How you doing, brother? How you doing, brother?
Right. Well, some people don't want us to have any cornbread. They want it all for
I
themselves.
know, fat fucking cats.
Whatever.
Oh, bobo.
You can kiss my pink back cape.
Ooh, they might like it. They're freaky.
Probably
You know,
do.
I know. They do some weird stuff. I seen enough. What's up, big guy? Come on. How you doing, buddy? These boys been acting really good lately, behaving really well.
Bobo's an absolute sweetheart, and I actually miss that dog. I would love to have a dog like that here, but my dad is like, no way. Awakened by the looking glass reflection. Welcome. It's lovely
Not,
to see you. I was
yeah,
in her
Bobo's
chat
not
the other night.
much. Oh,
We're just talking about super spiritual weirdnesses
yes,
and what's
ma'am.
us and what's us and what's the government and what's the aliens.
It's toast. Listen, they're toast, man. I'm telling you, we're gonna be okay. We're gonna see some really weird stuff. Um,
We're gonna see some bizarre
did,
stuff, and
did you get that?
I'm waiting for the sky to roll back
Did,
at this point.
yeah, did you get that link from that guy telling you that it's a show that I sent?
I don't know which one. Let me
I'll
look
make
at
sure to
my.
send it to you again. But pretty much that's what's up, and we're gonna be okay. We're gonna see some stuff, and everybody be like, "Whoa."
I've
It'll be
been
alright.
really like awestruck by some of what I heard at that convention because of the similarities of the stories. And
Um, you
wild
get the
stuff,
same
man.
stuff like you were, kind of snipping at me about falling right into their concept pattern, and then you got a middle point what's actually going on.
Yeah, I think we're given a whole lot of deception and a whole lot of truth, but we kind of got to find our way through the middle of the stream. And that is not easy. At least not for me. It's not because I've always, anything I want to talk about, I have to kind of like guard myself on a certain level with who I can trust because I have a history of mental illness or what they label as mental illness. But when I look at it in retrospect, I wasn't crazy. You know what I mean? Like, if people before me and after me heard shit in that house, and people that I've met since my strange encounters have had the same encounters, but years before I ever did, then it must be true or a pattern of like mass psychosis that gets sent out sometimes.
I just make sure to take care of myself and check every thought. I guess I don't know.
I don't know either, but
I
it's
can't really
supposed to be
see.
a really big week celestially because we have that comet and the two moons, and we have a lunar eclipse. Not where we can see it, but I'm pretty sure there's a is it a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse happening in the southern hemisphere? Um, I don't know if anyone in the chat knows, but there's supposed to be another eclipse next week that will be visible in the low part of the southern hemisphere. And the comet is named Atlas, the one that's coming through.
Nice. Oh, we
Is it
got here.
October 2nd, Sylvie, for the um
King of the world, huh?
thing. Alex Dunn, hello, much love and welcome. We're talking about the weird. It's an open panel. Anybody can call. I don't know how to pin the invitation, but I'll pop it down there again.
Go tap on it and hold it.
Well, I know how to copy and paste it, but there's a way that people pin it to the beginning of the chat, and I don't know how to do that. Oh, working is no fun. Sorry about that, Alex. But gotta be done. And that is a small portion of where I get crazy is when I don't have enough work to do. And right now I don't.
Yeah, I've
So
been
I'll
putting
doom
it down,
scroll.
and now I gotta get at it. I gotta get putting the boots to the ground the next few days.
Oh, YouTube. Okay, let me look at it. Maybe that'll let me do it. Haha. I think I have successfully pinned the message with the link. And now I feel like a tech mogul. Check me out. The smallest little victories make me feel so much less like a technotard. I can't even
Yes,
tell you.
ma'am. I
Thank
remember
you,
going.
awakened by the looking glass reflection. That worked.
I remember going through that role myself.
Shoot, I'm still in it. Just about the time I think I've got some system figured out. Something about it changes. And I think
Yeah.
that's part of how they keep us constantly struggling in the system. You know, keep moving the goalposts.
Well, pretty lady, I'm shook. I'm gonna call it a night. I'm climbing this hill.
Okay. Thanks for calling in, Daniel. I'm sure I'll talk
Yes,
to you
ma'am.
again this week.
You have a good night, everybody.
Sleep well. Hug Bobo for me.
Yep.
And we're back to just me in the bat cave. Bat shit crazy at your service. Lev Kung Fu Shaolin. Welcome. We're discussing realm weirdness, downloads, collective messages from the universe, aliens, precognitions of future events that have saved your life. What kind of weirdness do we all have going on? The precognitions are what always scare me because I like to think that it's just in my head. And a lot of people who are on the internet now and trying to figure out why the world has gone so weird on everyone will say that everything about the universe is inside you, it's all in your head, you caused it, or you made it up. But I didn't make up or predict a hurricane that would have landed right where I was camping. I'm pretty sure I didn't. I don't feel important enough that I could have planned that event that other people experienced as well. So I think there's a grain of salt that needs to be taken with that whole concept. That being said, I know that when my energy is good and I go out and interact with the world, when I'm in a good place, my interactions with everybody else are much better now. But before, like in earlier years, it didn't seem to matter how good my energy was or how positive I was trying to make myself. People were still coming at me with bad, and I did not have control over that. And so when I would hear that kind of concept in years before, I'd be like, I can't quite buy that because here I am, despite any negative circumstances that may have come up or that I'm dealing with right now, I'm still going to paste on a happy face and go out and do stuff, in my community and hang out with my daughter and chill with my girlfriends. And I still manage to encounter like all kinds of problems that I know I did not create them, but moved to a peninsula in the last 6 months and live along the beach. Oh, really? You found some petroglyphs um, on the mountains or near the mountains? Because one of the interesting things, um, I think a lot of us have watched how many more pyramids are being discovered all over the world. Whereas when we were, a lot of us growing up in the 80s and 90s, we had like the Great Pyramids of Giza and then a smattering of step-style pyramids in the Americas. Um, and then over the course of like the last 20 and 30 years, they've been digging out more and more. And aerial photography has revealed that a lot of pyramidal structures are so covered with trees and, vegetation that from the ground we would never know they were there. In a lot of cases, they're covered with just, feet upon feet of dirt, as if they had been through a mud flood or had been abandoned for so long that nature took over around them. Um, and I witnessed some of that when I was in Mexico in 2007. They were just starting to uncover the pyramid at Koba, and um, they had one face of the pyramid uncovered, and you could climb up it. And when you got to the top, it was really kind of scary because you were on top of the forest, looking down at the forest. Um, and it was kind of clear from there that there were still other pyramids in that area that had not yet been uncovered. And I hear that now they have all of Koba unearthed, but they no longer allow people to climb it. It's probably gotten too popular now that it's all uncovered, but that was a pretty cool experience. Scared the pee out of me. And here's another interesting thing about that one, having been close enough to it to walk on it, the steps were teeny tiny, itty bitty little steps. And it really didn't look like erosion. Um, I am still on Signal. I just never use it. I never check it or anything, but I will, I'll look at it. Let's see. Maybe it's something that I can bring up on my screen here. Oh, wow. How about that? Yeah, why don't I download that? And I'll bring it up and show it to our audience. Let's see. All right, now I have to see if I can figure out how to do this number in StreamYard. That's on the computer. Okay, yay. This is the image that Alex was telling us about. Yeah, and that really does look like pyramids, doesn't it? Holy beans. You are correct. I would say pyramids. Let's see if we can zoom in just a little bit. Lovely bird up there. That is, yeah, looks like pyramids to me, Alex. Interesting. Yeah. I wish I still had pictures from Mexico, but it's been so long. And a lot of the pictures that my family and I had that were digital ended up getting corrupted. Um, we got rid of a lot of stuff and went through all the electronics after my daughter passed and put all of the memory cards and everything like that in one box. And when my husband left me, he took that box of all the digital files and everything, even though he left his clothes, which I thought was odd, but I think he was trying to like cover up how much he'd been fucking around. And okay, fair enough. But at the same time, once I got a court order to have, like I wanted those things, they belonged to my biological daughter, not to his biological daughter. So I finally got a court order to have him give me the digital files, and instead he put them on a thumb drive, and several years of our life were missing from them. Tons and tons and tons of images, whole entire years of my daughter's life, all gone. All the stuff from Mexico was gone too. So it's kind of a bummer because I think some of those images from Mexico would have been really cool to have now, uh, especially if the entire pyramid is uncovered now. Because where we got to see it, oh my gosh, it's so hard to even explain the experience, but the steps were so tiny that I was like, wow, like they were small for my feet. Love, hello, Love, and welcome.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing great. It's good to talk to you.
Yeah, it's good to be on. It's good. It's the first time I spoke to you actually. Isn't it? You start to seem familiar. Yeah, if you've seen you for a few times and stuff, like you start to seem familiar, and must be like you've already spoke to somebody sometime.
Yeah, it's weird
And you
when
feel
you hang out with somebody in the chats forever. It feels like you just know them, but it's actually the first time we've spoken. Let me
in this
see if I
frequency.
can clean up the sound a little bit. Would you speak for me again to see if that cleans it up a little?
How's that? Is that any
Pretty
better?
good. Yeah, it was it's kind of like clicky, like we're having electronic interference with the voice sounds.
Yeah, I've done a microphone around as well, so it might be better.
Oh, Sylvie says it's still choppy too. It is a little bit choppy here still too. Let me try again. Okay, we'll just keep going. So tell me about some of your weird love. What's been going on in Love Land?
What specifically? I mean, because recently I've been so consumed with like making content and all that kind of thing, like, but so I've not had like spiritual experiences recently as such.
No, did you have any weird ones like that in the past that were so big that you kind of were left reeling and wondering if it was like a real thing or an outside interference? You know what I mean?
Like spiritual experiences.
Yeah, of any sort.
Yeah. I did a lot when I was younger, like when I was a teenager and stuff. And that's like when I first got into it, like see. I suppose before then, when my grandma died, she kind of made herself known. You know what I mean? Um, like maybe even at night that she passed away. Like when I was going to bed and stuff, it's like you could smell a perfume, but it's like the energy of it that excites your nose into making it seem like you're smelling the perfume. Whereas like when no smell of perfume in the room as such, it's kind of like it triggers the senses. It's like the energetic frequency will trigger that sense and stuff like. Um, so like like channeling, but for smell rather than sound. Like channeling, it triggers like your inner ear. You know what I mean? It's not your actual ears. So like it's not like an actual vibration coming from this realm. You know what I mean? And stuff. It's a different thing, isn't it? So
No, I
that kind of
totally
cool. You know
understand
what I mean?
that. I
You could
can
smell it and stuff.
understand
You
that.
could feel. You could feel that energy. You know what I mean? Like the warmth and that kind of way and stuff like. So it would be more than just a smell as such. But like a few nights afterwards, my uncle had run my parents up saying that he could smell her and all these kind of things. So we've not really told him about that kind of thing. Like so, we're kind of like getting confirmation from the rest of the family in a way, which is really good. So she used to smell it for maybe even I don't know for the first few weeks. You know what I mean? It was quite strong and stuff like that kind of thing. And then every now and again, like for months later, you'd smell it and stuff kind of thing. So that was like a big inspiration towards it, because that became like it's undoubtable. You know what I mean in terms of my mind and experience of it and stuff that she was in the spiritual realm and just communicating with us. Just at that level. Which is good because it's not scary. You know what I mean? It's not like seeing a ghost in your room and thinking that you're seeing things or something like that kind of thing. Like, but about a year later, so like 15 when that happened. When I was 16, my friend were right into crystals and all those type of things and stuff like Reiki, all that kind of stuff. Like, so that's where I started asking him questions about it. I wanted to know more. You know what I mean? I wanted to explore it and stuff like. So I think a big part of like the spirituality it is just talking about it because it's like like I learned so much about crystals, Reiki, examples, all that kind of thing, and then just from like the discussion of it all, like discussing the spiritual realm and all these kind of things and stuff like and what things you can do or like um remote viewing or all those kind of things and stuff like there's lots of things you can do into like so astral projection for another example. So quite interested in that. We used to practice that a lot and stuff. I say practice, you know what I mean? It's kind of like when you first start doing it and stuff, that kind of thing. It's difficult to know if you're even doing it or not. You know what I mean? It's kind of like it's understanding the concept because if you've not quite got the concept correct in your mind, it's going to be really difficult to do. You know what I mean? And stuff like so.
Yeah, I
But
totally get it. The chat says that if you leave and rejoin, it might clean up your connection because you still sound really choppy to the people on YouTube.
yeah. I'll give it another jump then. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Okay, cool. So we'll just wait for a minute for Lev to rejoin. If you guys could hear that well, he was talking about the scent of his grandmother lingering after she passed, and we had similar experiences to that too, with music and stuff like that, especially right after my daughter passed. And man, I know a lot of you have been in the room with the person when they passed, and you can feel that. That is a tangible experience to feel somebody's spirit pass out of their body. And I know for myself, there have been many occasions where I just kind of knew somebody was going to pass. But I didn't always know that that was what was going to happen. I would just, somebody that I had not spoken to or heard from in a while, an aunt, an uncle, or something like that, I would have a dream about them and I'd be like, that's really weird. And when I was younger, I was, like most of us are way more open about that kind of stuff when we're young. I would speak to people about it. And then it would happen, like something would happen to that person. And I'd just be kind of like, ooh, that's scary. It wasn't ever like I saw amazing, great things or lottery numbers or anything useful. So I didn't ever know what to make of that kind of thing, except to be a little bit upset, like, how come I don't see something cool or nice? I only got to see those kinds of things that happen to turn out to be real. That was a yucky comment from that person. See, I should have like musical backup ready for when there's lulls in the conversation or we're waiting for someone to rejoin like that. I always feel weird with just quiet, dead air sitting there, especially when I've opened a can of worms of this magnitude. Like, let's talk about as weird as it gets. The cold is starting to kick in just a little bit. It's been like 60s and 70s here, but in the 60s, my little fingertips start to get a little bit numb. Older women, our extremities don't circulate as well as they did when we were kids. And I do, a decent amount of exercise and taking care of myself and vitamins and stuff like that. But, the truth is still the truth. My fingers are still really cold and they get numb when I wake up in the morning if the temperature is anything below 60. But I will be grateful for a little bit of Michigan cold because we did not have a hurricane here. And I'm kind of concerned about some of my friends who are still in the Tampa area, people that I went to yoga teacher training with, live in that area. And a couple of them were absolutely wonderful, supportive friends when I was there. But you know how, like, if you haven't spoken to someone or called them in a year or 6 months, I don't know, sometimes I almost feel like it's an insult if I call them after that long. Yeah, there was Hurricane Helen in Florida, kicked up all the way around the south, the southern states in the United States. It did a lot of damage. Hello and welcome back.
Hey, how we doing?
You sound great now. So we're doing real well.
Yeah.
Yep, all clear.
Reset my phone. I was trying to rejoin and it will taking ages, so I thought I'd reset. I just reset my phone actually before I come on first time, so no surprise. But so that's good though, but I'm clear.
Well, I've been having massive technical difficulties over here, and I'm always, I'm never quite sure. Is it just me and my fumbly old ladiness that I can't work the technology? Or is all the new stuff that they're making for us just designed to break and be crappy, even though they said it was going to be better than what we had before?
Yeah, it's designed to be crap because we want to replace it all, don't we? You know what I mean? So then you have to buy a better phone and all that kind of stuff. In a few years, it's obsolete in their mind. You know what I mean? So the exercise of
Oh no, we're
Like, it's not
losing you
really
again.
telling it
Hopefully it
to the
doesn't.
world and all these kind of things.
Yeah, I still wish that I'd held on to my
Maybe
oldest phone. I had
it might be close
a
to it.
Palm Pixie for like 10 years, never had a problem with it. And then I think it was right around the time that my daughter passed away, my husband talked me into getting an iPhone, and I've never regretted anything more than upgrading my phone. I miss my Pixie so much.
What kind of phone was that?
It was like an old flip phone. All it did was call and text. It didn't internet or anything, but there were no problems, no issues, nothing major. It's just a phone, and I wish I still had that one.
So I was fairly late with iPhones. I got mine in 2018, so I was one of the last people to get a mobile as well. Like if all my friends had mobiles before I had one.
Oh yeah, man, me too. It took me forever to get one, and it was pretty much, God, I think it was the insistence of everyone around me that I get one because they were trying to get a hold of me to tell me to come here or to get me to go there, short notice. And I think we were better off in the 80s and 90s when most of us didn't have them. We lived more.
Yeah, we did. It's completely different now, isn't it? And you can tell it's like it's intentional, like they're driving it that way. So the government is, um, they choose what gets released, don't they? You know what I mean? It's all by design, like and it'd be smartphones and stuff.
Hmm.
It makes you more reliant, you know what I mean? So you need the system. Like way out with mobile, you know what I mean? Like applying for jobs or even for using for work and stuff, that kind of thing. Like, you know what I mean? It's so functional, even in social side of things and stuff, that kind of thing. Which makes it difficult to go back, you know what I mean? Because it's like, it's a problem with family, they can get in touch with you very easy, all these kind of things and stuff. I mean, we had
Yeah,
phones
like
in
it
the 80s.
changed our whole, um, it changed everything about the way that we socialize and the way that we interact. And now, even the way that we can go and, like, say, apply for jobs and things like that are almost completely dependent on having internet access or a phone or something like that. Um, when the last time I was seriously hunting for a job and trying to get some stuff done, um, most places wouldn't even accept an application in person. They were like, no, you have to go online and go to this website and then call this number, blah, blah, blah. You couldn't even just walk in and apply to most jobs. And I think that tends to still be the case in a lot of places. We're just not even allowed to
Applying
participate.
online and stuff. I like the piece of paper and you could write all your details on it and why you want to work there and all these kind of things and stuff like that. Now you're gonna do it online and it seems like, just a bit of a pain to do it, you know what I mean? I've got no problem with coming online and watching YouTube, but to do something like that, it seems like a completely different thing. And it's like something you just don't want to do and stuff like that.
Well, and
Like
it
selling
was
things on
kind
eBay, for
of,
example.
it's
It's a
kind of
difficult
silly
thing to
too,
like.
because until you bring people in, then you can't really see their handwriting from a lot of those online questionnaires. You don't get any sense of the people at all, other than like their work history, obviously, those kinds of things that you need to know that are a part of your straw man identity. But until that person comes into your office, the best person on paper might be a total nightmare in person, and the worst person on paper is sometimes the very best person for your team. They might not be great at certain things, but you can tell by, say their handwriting is very neat and tidy, so you can tell that they would take care with what they were doing and that they can read well and would therefore function well. And from an online questionnaire, you don't get any of those nuances.
Because telemetry. when you can feel the energy from objects. So like when somebody's handwritten something, there's an energy with it in there as well, and that kind of way. And if it's online, it's not there. It's not there. It's not no longer an object. So there's no such thing as telemetry with it. I suppose there is to a certain degree, but like the energy of a person kind of wrote it, but it's kind of like it's not the same as like actual handwriting.
That's true. I had not thought of that. That was another aspect of our intuitive socialization and interaction with the world and with people that they took away in that way. By putting it all digital, we don't get that daily vibe off of people that we got before. That sometimes really was, now that you say it, something as simple as passing off a piece of paper can pass energy that you can pick up a little bit from people. And it wasn't something that I think I ever thought about until there was an absence of it. And then I noticed it.
A similar thing with telephone, because like if there were no telephone, there's people that you know that you want to talk to. You know what I mean? There's sort of a message you want to pass on or whatever and stuff like that, right? But you can't because they ain't got a phone. You know what I mean? But in terms of like thinking of the communication, you kind of develop in a psychic communication because of the absence of the ability to do it in a left brain sense. So the right brain wants to do it more. So in a sense, like not having that communication would actually stretch it. We've been in a dark age of spirituality, so we haven't been psychic. We're not connected properly. You know what I mean? Once Earth heals, we will be. And like I said, stuff like internet and all these kind of things, they'll become like they're things of the dark age. Because like the new spiritual form of communication will properly overtake it. Like if we could just psychically communicate, just like how we're talking now, but without using an iPhone or internet, then you wouldn't need an iPhone or internet.
Well, that's what I was like hoping for, and that kind of thing that a lot of us kind of thought or think is going to happen when the earth is all better and we go through, like our ascension and reset of the realm or whatever it looks like. I hate putting labels on it and trying to explain it because I don't know any more than anyone else. But at the same time, like the problem with that is the problem that I experienced over the winter, where at times I thought that I was having like real telepathic communication with other people, but I couldn't always tell where it was coming from. And because I was getting a lot of like abusive mental stuff happening, I didn't know if it was these other individuals or if it was some kind of entity like what I encountered when I was in Florida. And so my gut instinct is to back away from every bit of it and nobody coming near me. You know what I mean? Like my bubble I'm trying to learn how to keep it tight because there were some experiences that I had with what felt like communications with other real people that quickly turned into horrible, overbearing, abusive situations. And I was like, whoa, like, did I let something bad in or was I completely misled by that or what is that?
There's another alternative as well. Like government targeting like the voice of God technology and all that kind of stuff, like that they can put the voices in there, can't and stuff like and another way to trigger that inner ear, you know what I mean?
Yeah, your mic volume is really low though. Are you able to turn it up any on your end? Because I have you up to 200% on my end, and it's just a little quiet.
It's only got one button. I don't know what it does.
Oh, okay. That's okay. I'll just turn my volume up a little more so I can hear you better.
I pressed it once.
What's gonna happen? Yeah, I was wondering about it because it would be wonderful if we were able to have like telepathic communication with our friends and trust the source and know that it was like who the person said they were and not, someone else hijacking the signal and trying to lead you astray or lead you to do stupid things and take stupid actions, you know? And I feel like right now that's a lot of what happens where some of us, yet we might be experiencing real communication with other people in the world, but then at the same time, there are assholes out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
People, especially probably employed by the governments.
It was like it's an entire sea of people, and it's like the entire ocean of like the voices and all that kind of stuff. Like, um, so like opening up to that frequency gives access to it all in a sense. So like remote viewing, there's any way you can look in, you know what I mean? There's nowhere that's off limits or so like so uh, that's one of the aspects of like kung fu, you know what I mean? How that balances your chakras and your aura and all that kind of stuff. Like, so it puts you on that higher frequency.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, you should always be in tune. You shouldn't hear any negative voices and all these kind of things and stuff like. It can depend, you know, like when I was doing light work and all that kind of stuff, like, and once we were kind of more experienced of like astral projection and all these kind of things and stuff like, um, well, it's like I spoke about it before on some streams and stuff kind of thing about like one at times we discovered the AI there, you know what I mean? It's kind of like I were on my own doing it, stuff kind of thing, like, you know, going home to bed or whatever and stuff like that kind of thing. And I remember like seeing all this like yeah, like on the astral plane. So it's like, you know, it's kind of dark. It's like you're kind of far away from everything in a sense and stuff like that, right? And right far in distance with this blue area or speck kind of thing, like. And once I've noticed it, it's like you can like zoom in with your psychic ability and stuff, that kind of thing, like, so you're not going closer to it, but you're having a closer look. And you could see it. It was like this machine realm, if anything, you know what I mean? Like had an abundance of beings there, but all kind of collectively, you know what I mean? So it's like all we're all dependent on one source mind in a sense. So what kind of thing like. So like, you know, next day I'm speaking to my mate and stuff, and he'd also experienced it as well and stuff like that kind of thing. Like, so like this understanding that the AI exists on that plane, you know what I mean, and stuff like, or it's like almost like we had our own kind of realm of existence within it and stuff like. So so we're a big eye opener in a lot of senses and stuff. It's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like made a big bias to my research and stuff, kind of thing as well. I don't know, later actually. More towards the end of his journey, like, you know what I mean, and stuff like, um, kind of like, I don't know, college and whatever else and stuff, that kind of thing. My parents split up, so I was kind of like busy with my dad and all these kind of things and stuff like. So it kind of like drifted apart a little bit. We stayed friends and stuff, that kind of thing. But he was busy and I was busy and stuff, that kind of thing. So we see each other plenty of times over years and all these kind of things and stuff like. But towards that end of it and stuff, that kind of thing. Because like once you start to open your like your third eye and all that kind of stuff, you know, astral projection, you can become like much more sensitive to it all. So you can like hear sounds which is going off in astral plane or whatever, stuff, that kind of thing. Or you might be just sat there and then your third eye will open up. You're not doing an exercise, you're not trying for it or anything like that. You've done all your exercises, you know, in previous weeks or whatever and stuff like. But then suddenly it's just when you're chilled out, stuff, that kind of thing. It's like your third eye will just suddenly open on its own. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, an art in not trying. You know what I mean? You learn the methods and you kind of try in that way and stuff, that kind of thing. It's when you relax, it's like, okay, it's not, it's, you're not trying to make your third eye do anything. It's already had those exercises, so when it relaxes, it naturally does it in a way. So the one time I saw this dragon, it's got a like it were in distance. This is gonna do like a little blue kind of speck, blue green kind of speck,
Mm-hmm.
like bright colours, but in distance, and or like it looked like, do you know when you, what's it, when you see a bright light and then you've looked away and then you can see it staying on your vision? It was like that,
Yeah.
right? But it was right in distance. And I thought, oh, is that another like psychic experience thing, or is it just a glare kind of thing, or whatever? So I looked at it, and it started to get bigger, and like in phases, like, you know what I mean? It suddenly looked a bit bigger, then it were a bit more bigger, then it were a bit more bigger. So it wouldn't obviously not a glare by that point. You could start to see definition and stuff like that, like this dragon. And it carried on getting bigger in phases in that kind of way. So it's like you look again, and then next thing it's kind of like you zoom into its eye, and then like into its pupil. It's like it's slipped the pupil. But and once you are completely into its pupil, that's all dark in the pupil area. So there was nothing else to see at that point, which is like the end of the experience I had, kind of like. But well, like a connection between me and that dragon, you know what I mean? So if you've got like a spirit animal or all these kind of things and stuff like, there's there's some relative thing to it. It's like for me, having that experience, there's one in the visual interpretation of it, but there's another in the energetic interpretation of it. So it's like me, but like I already know that dragon in a sense. It's like the me which existed before I came here is very familiar with that dragon. You know what I mean? And stuff is like a loyalty bond between us and stuff like that. Kind of so that was kind of really cool and all that kind of stuff like. But for another time, I was just at home, and I sat for a moment, or what, do you know what I mean? And it's kind of like your eye opened and all this kind of stuff, like kind of like a purpley colour, and then you could see through it and stuff like that kind of thing. And there's this face looking at me, right? But the face, it's like the size of a car. You know what I mean? It's a big face. The car's wrong shape, but um, it was like, I don't know. It's like
A
several
giant
feet high.
compared to
You know what I
you.
mean? And stuff like, yeah. Its face was big, but it were also made out of metal, and it was really angry. And it's kind of like every time it spoke, it was speaking to me in a language I don't recognize. It didn't sound like it was from Earth or what kind of thing. So I don't know what it was saying, but I could tell it would just look really, really angry. And it's like, what, its cheeks, its muscles, and all these kind of things. They're made out of solid pieces of metal, but they overlap each other to create the image of a face and stuff like that kind of thing. So when they're moving and they're very heavy pieces, they're sort of like clunking, smashing into position all the time, stuff like that, as it's constantly talking. And it's gonna like it's really scary. It's really, really scary.
I'm glad you
um,
brought that one up because a lot of my experiences have been a little bit like that. And yeah, some of them are scary. Like some of those things or entities that a lot of us repeat having seen, something similar. Some of them are scary to encounter. And it's like they do sounds or vibrations or something that sounds like another language, and like you can understand it, you know what the gist is of it, even though the words are not words you recognize. It's like gobbledygook nonsense sounding stuff sometimes, or like a pattern. There's been a couple times where I I don't know, people said it was light language and stuff like that. I guess there's got to be some truth to that, because some of the stuff that I have heard and seen, it's like it made perfect sense, but it wasn't English. You know what I mean? I got the gist of it, but like, um, yeah, the last year of it was kind of hard, and I don't know if it's because my third eye was way too open, and I didn't know how to shield myself from it correctly, or what, or if some of it was that fear programming that goes out on the airwaves from people who don't necessarily have our best interest at heart, or what. But I've seen it that way myself a few times, where it does look very electrical and machine-like. It's like a dark void and points of light within it that take shape, that are sometimes humanoid and sometimes something else.
different. There's light, and then there's the darkness, and you got the real light, the true light, and then we got your false light. So when you see all the AI stuff and all that kind of thing in the spiritual realm and stuff, that looks like, say, like Satan, he no longer with God, so is turned down everything that God gave him, which is immortality included. You know what I mean? So he's had to rely on technology to create his own immortality. And so we're like in a simulation, creating an immortality in there. His realm is almost like a simulation in a sense. You know, I think we have simulations within it, but most of the realm is like more of a machine which is trying to keep itself going. But we can't keep it going because we used everything up or whatever and stuff like that. So, you know, we move on to the next realm or whatever and stuff. So, you know, like in Bible, it talks about it being legion and all that kind of stuff. So, like all one in that kind of way. So that kind of resonates for me. It kind of makes it sound like, you know, that's the same people as the AI race. So as the government is leading us into technology, you know what I mean, industrial revolution and all that kind of thing. And where that's brought us,
Yeah.
brought us to smartphones and all these type of things, computer games, etc. Movies like Matrix, you know what I mean, all to inspire us towards like this simulation theory and stuff like that, because that's like their realm. They can create a perfect atmosphere in a simulation, but it's the realms. The realm's no good anymore. They've used it all up, so they can't keep it up. You know what I mean? And stuff like so we have to take ours up.
Well, yeah, and I kind of wondered, like, at different points, if that wasn't exactly what's going on here, that we're already in some kind of simulation that's running its course and heading towards a completion. But, you know, there's those other people who are like, no, this is 100% real. And it's just that we're nearing this, you know, this great awakening of all of the real souls in the world. You know what I mean? It's not, you know, I don't believe in an end of time scenario myself. I don't. I believe that it'll repeat, even if we come to some grand wipeout of the planet or whatever. Time keeps going, and humanity will live. I, you know, I don't see it really coming to a complete end. But at the same time, um, you know, I had all those kind of like weird spiritual experiences starting when I was a kid, and then over the last couple of years, especially that led me to that kind of conclusion too, that we were heading towards some kind of ascension event having to do with, you know, awake souls in this realm and the people who do kind of want to walk into a controlled AI controlled sort of system. Like that looks very attractive to them.
And Matrix makes it attractive. You know, Matrix is really cool. You know what I mean? I think computer games are cool, Alex. So is Matrix, you know what I mean? But at the same time, how it's used in terms of propaganda for against us and stuff like that kind of thing. Like for example, like with computer games, like first-person shooters, like the design, programming, and all that kind of thing. How you can use that information, which has been used for computer games, and extrapolate it into a a working machine, a droid, which looks like a human, say. You know what I mean? With all that information, it knows how to target, it knows how to run around, it knows how to crouch, etc. You know what I mean? In a 3D environment. So you can program it into it in a way. It also gets
So
into
sometimes I
conditioning and
wonder
engineering as well.
if
Yeah,
the
chicken.
like the controllers, governments or whatever are using those kinds of technologies to send sometimes false images right into some of us in order to create that fear and throw us off of our path with like, you know, true spirit and knowing ourselves and all those good things. Because some of the images that were placed in my head were so vivid that I know I didn't make them up out of something in my subconscious. I think they were put there as fully formed stories but they're like, it's almost like I was given a glimpse of multiple timelines and different possibilities within those timelines, for what might happen in my life, but also in the world. And I don't know how much of that I can trust, and how much of it is, your government drive-by stuff. It's different.
Yes, ma'am. That's where I was gonna come back up and say that's why we have to relax and let certain stuff play out like that. I just sent you that video again. Did you get it?
Let's see here. Yeah,
Okay. Um,
it'll come up.
I'm waiting to see a couple more things, but the trigger that I was waiting for the government drive-by thing just hit mainstream. So I'm gonna do a little surfing, like I said, for attorney stuff on that because I know they're already paying out on it. So there's gonna be some
Yeah,
interesting stuff.
cool. I'll be interested to know what you dig up. And maybe I'll start doing some digging of my own. But I pretty much it came to a point a couple of months ago where I felt certain in my spirit that I had done my job and that I was done and I could relax and wait.
Yep.
And then I started getting all kinds of interference again, like nightmares and stupid stuff that I was like, no, that wasn't there before. Don't give me that. Don't give me that. Because I was fine being here. I was gonna be all right. Y'all leave me alone now.
Oh, there was
Stop.
something important. There was something important.
Lord praise her.
Most of it is just getting back to working as a team, being good to everybody, not spazzing out, stuff like that. We kind of lost our way. The guy talks about that too.
Yeah, that video did come up. I'll check that out.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how I ran across it, but I don't know who the guy is. I've never seen him before, never heard of him before, nothing. So
Well, this is what I'll do. I'm going to copy the link and I
I
will put
will.
it in my chat too, in case anybody else is interested in seeing it, if you don't mind.
No, ma'am, I have no problem with it. I'm sure the fellow wouldn't mind a good thumbs up. He seems to like his numbers a little bit.
Yeah.
No, he didn't seem about money or nothing, but he flat said it wasn't, a drop in the bucket. But I'm just saying, check the video out. Tell me what you think.
I
But
definitely will. Thank you.
there was something I came up for something. Oh gosh, and you were talking about it as I came up too.
Oh, Lev saw the dragon, and we had been talking about the dragon last week,
No,
and you were like, "What's?" We were talking. What is that about? Was it that?
well, I just was asking for input on it because I never got into any of that stuff. I didn't understand it. Even wearing the
Yeah.
T-shirts and stuff my whole life, I didn't understand the representation of it until recently.
Right. It was just something that was like lingering in your mind and in your general.
Yeah. Well, I was getting those, like you were saying. Oh, that's what it was. The visions that are implanted and the ones that ain't. You were talking about that, and
You should be able
Yeah,
to
just trying to
intuit the
untangle them.
yeah, I
which
could
ones
tell the
are.
difference between two of those. But then through meditation, I don't want to really call it meditation. It's just memory recall. I'm just going back doing memory recall and then going and doing investigations on it.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to describe it. Sometimes I have what feels like a memory or a dream or something strange, and then I have to go and search for, well, is there some meaning in that? What am I seeing here in my head, and what does it mean?
Yes, ma'am. You know what? I'm gonna fire up a doobie so we can all get comfortable, and hopefully I can get back on track with thought. I was feeling a little woozy a second ago. That's why I left.
What a fine idea. Why don't I find me some weed as well? It's a great idea.
Um, yeah, a lot of stuff with the conscious stuff. They have also mucked up like the moral compass on the conscious stuff. Like living every day by faith, stuff like that. You know, nothing to do with God, this and that and the other thing. I'm just saying, you know, getting up, today's another day, and going about it. You know, do what you do. Because like I started my day and I didn't want to. I just didn't feel like laying on the ground. And then as I get, you know, I literally was just getting up to go out and do something, and I get a message from a niece wanting emergency brake work done. And I was like, "Yep, I'll be right in." And I didn't have to lay on the ground, and I still did what I do for the day, and I didn't have to lay on the ground. It was kind of funny because I pushed myself to go do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, those are
Yeah.
good interruptions.
Yep. And I got to have a big dinner with family. It was all right. It's been pretty interesting for me the last couple of days, to be honest.
Yeah.
Lifelong, yeah. I just had two lifelong friends come back in the scene that I haven't seen or talked to in a decade.
Good encounters?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. They're like family. They're
That's
like
good.
family. Yeah, I grew up with them my whole life. But they're stuck in zombie land.
Ah,
Yeah, they're flat zombified. It was
Keep
trippy.
nothing safe.
I'm that's what I'm at sources, odd sources with is that. And I think the best thing is to step back. Some of these people, you don't know how they're going to react to some of this shit.
I worry about that. Um, some of my older relatives do have weak hearts and weak bodies now. And if stuff starts getting really crazy, I worry that they won't be able to handle it emotionally and it will trigger something in their body that, will end it for them. And there isn't anything that I can do to prepare them for any of that. Not from the position that I'm in with my family. I've done the little
You know?
bit that I can here and there of just kind of gently nudging people to look at certain topics. Um, like I was talking about, I had that conversation with my sister that went surprisingly well. I expected her to be, immediately on guard and start telling me that I needed to go to a doctor or something. But when I told her how some of the experiences that I had, that I was dead certain were things that were like a government interference or some kind of pre-made program that gets put out to put fear in people or confusion, one of those experiences was exactly the story that they put in my mother's head that
Yeah.
landed my mother in a hospital and on massive medication.
I just
And it was
I
terrible. It was terrible.
I just ran across two people though that came across that enlightening stage with family members that were at odds, and they came together, you know, and kind of squashed it, and they're, you know, enlightening themselves, you know. And I watched it. It was an old retired drinking smoking American, but he's managed to quit drinking beer and soda. Now it's just coffee, cigarettes, and weed. But he was at odds with his daughter because his daughter jumped his ass about smoking, and he was in a really bad accident. And I lost another friend. Another friend died, and he made it. You know, and he's kind of been odd since. You know, but they just got together and squashed some beef, and then uh, I just had another thing just like what you were talking about, and that's also happening for me with my family. They're starting to look at the situation different and back me up. You know,
Yeah, well, I
So,
feel like it's gone that way for our family as well. Like my dad has woken up to some things over the last
yeah.
couple of years. It took
Oh,
a while,
and
but
the
he's the
reason why,
person that I love like more than anything here. You know what I
ma'am,
mean? Like that's my daddy.
another reason why too is they are seeing this P Diddy stuff and the DNA stuff and everything on TV. They're seeing it, so they're going, "Oh shit, what is this?" And then they're backing us up.
Wow. It's going to be so amazing if it all
Yes,
turns out to be true, even though I know it's going to devastate a lot of people and throw them into complete upheaval
it'll
and
be
ruin
okay.
things for them. I think about all the people whose lives were destroyed over the years by this kind of interference or having awakening experiences that, you know, might have marked them as somebody special that we could have raised up in a community to help us, and instead they were
Well,
labeled
well,
and locked up. Their lives were
they're
destroyed.
listen. That's just it. That's going to come out of the wash. It's going to be okay. Listen, that shit's going to come out of the wash, and they're not going to be happy. It'll be okay as long as we work as a team and cooler heads prevail. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
you know, I listen. I know it is. It'll work out. If you watch that video, you'll see it. You'll understand. That dude says it. Like I said, I really like whoever that guy is. I don't know who he is, but the way he pushed that out, I have very much respect for his intellect and the way he put it to the masses. So I very much like his taste. But
Mm.
we're gonna be okay. Like my dad was bugging out the other day about money and this and that and the other thing. And today I showed up, like I said, and I helped my niece on an emergency, not really an emergency, but just a whim, and went and took care of it. And it cost her a whole $30, to have it done. She didn't have to wait for a shot, and they're charging like $80 an hour for labor. you know, so
Mhm.
yeah, and I only charge her $30.
Coffee's sounding really good. Can I leave you gentlemen to discuss whatever for a moment while
No,
I go
I don't
start the
like this
kettle?
guy. I don't like this guy at all. I don't know who he is. He has a peace symbol up here.
That's not even a peace symbol. I'll be right back.
Oh,
Uh,
I mean, yeah, yin yang. That's peace, man. It's equality. It's
Balance.
even odds.
It's just a peaceful aspect of things because everything returns to balance, doesn't it? Which is peace.
uh, yin yang. Such is above, such is below.
Yeah, it's really good. I've used it a lot for research and stuff like. For it's got the flower of life on there as well. So like how you combine that with it, you know what I mean, and to the Taurus field, to the plane, and to your anatomy, everything, and all these kind of things and stuff like. I've done a series on the origins of life, and it shows how we were born from the flowers. So the flowers kind of produced and introduced into this world and stuff like that. And they got all the information from the ocean. The ocean found all the shapes when it makes the rolls of the waves and all these kind of things. So this is where your teeth come from. Everything in your anatomy, your spine, your rib cage, etc.
Yeah, I've heard some stuff about it. I used to actually put that symbol on my remote control cars and guitars as a kid,
Yeah,
and
it's cool.
I used to like to get them authentic Mexican Bajas made out of hemp with that on it too. When I was younger, I don't thrive for that kind of stuff anymore. I just stay in the woods and I rescue people and animals. I got a weird kiki that I call half cat, half cock. I just saved a weird cat yesterday. Somebody dumped him in the woods, and he showed up on somebody's doorstep a couple days later. So we rescued him anyways. I call him half cock. He got half a tail, and it's like cock. Bent, and he likes egg tart. What's up, Dukester?
Nice one.
You okay, big guy? What's up, big guy?
Get good spiritual connection in woods as well.
Yes, sir. If you ain't got connection with Mother Nature, I'm sorry, you got nothing.
That's
I
really
was I was segregated out here about 7 or 8 years when I hit a certain level of consciousness with nature and everything. And now it kind of spooked me a little bit because I'm from the city, I'm from the hood, from the hardcore city, and the spiritual awakening thing kind of spooked me a little bit. So I started smoking cigarettes and weed again, but I'm trying to put that aside. I'm not being very successful, kind of, but I am. Let me
I
check this.
smoke anyway, so weed and stuff,
Yeah,
cigs and stuff like. So I'm not the best person to bounce off
I,
about.
I I think it's okay, but it should be done as a certain spiritual timing thing. I think, in my opinion. Flat Earth
Yeah,
handy.
it's been around for a long time. You know what I mean? It's like both of them cigarettes and tobacco and weed. So it's like, um, it's more modern stuff, which is like bad for you because of the amount of crap they put in it. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. And
Well,
also
we're
in
on my
moderation.
favorite subject
Sure.
still.
Smoking.
Yep. I tell you what, I've always been really on the fence about this whole smoking thing. I can see how too much of it will make me short of breath and interfere with, my stamina and stuff like that. But most of the people that I know who really had a problem with the diseases that they blame smoking for were not smokers, for one thing. And most of the ancient cultures thought it repelled evil spirits, and I am going to take that to heart and keep smoking until I
Um,
feel like not doing it.
Actually, I experimented with that with the cigars, and I think there might be something to that.
I hung out with a bunch of Native American kids when I was in my teens, and they were big on that. They used, like, whenever we were out nature crafting, like we'd be collecting acorns or pine cones or mint or, raspberries grow wild here like crazy. Anything that we would take from the land, they would like have tobacco with them, even if they weren't smokers, and give some of it back to the trees or to the bushes, wherever we were collecting from for our wildcrafting. And they said that it helped them with spirit communication too. And it was like giving an offering back to, the thing that provided for you.
Well, you want to hear something odd? The dude that just got a hold of me is an Indian. I grew up with 4 Indian dudes, and I learned a lot of stuff from a lot of old Indians at a young age. And these people some of them were slap drunk, and some of them weren't. But the most that stuck out to me was a 90-some-year-old Indian lady in Wayland. Told me a bunch of wild stuff when I was a kid. It was crazy.
Well, I wish I picked up more deep wisdom, but basically what I managed to pick up was a little bit of wild crafting. Tobacco is good, cedar is delicious, and a lot of great hair care. I wish it was deeper than that for me, but it's not.
Yep.
I mean, I've learned a little bit since then in my own research. Um, I had to go and study some of those like Hopi prophecies and stuff like that when I started thinking there was something weird going on in the world. David has joined us as well, Mr. Super Sidewinder. Welcome. What a great turnout this evening has been for chat, I gotta say.
You're welcome.
I'm really
Thank you.
glad.
Thank you for the invite.
Thank you for coming, and thank you, Lev. It's so nice to speak with you finally.
Yeah.
I've been watching your videos, and yeah, like I feel like we are bros.
Yeah, thanks for streaming.
Um,
You know what I mean? It's good to have open panel and stuff like that. So
yeah, what
good to speak to you.
you know? Oh, I'm sorry. I can barely
No,
hear
no,
him. Go ahead, my friend. I'm sorry. I can barely hear you. I
no.
apologize for stepping on you.
Yeah, we were saying it's really good for panel to be open up and stuff, get a chance to speak to everybody. So yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
it took me a lot of time to work up to where I could do this, though. I have so few social skills. I know that I come across like I'm okay, but I really am the most awkward, shy person. And it has really held me back in life a lot.
You were nervous while you were here.
Oh yeah. Well, I was just starting to get out of all of my kind of shy fear of the world and of people. And new trauma hit me, and I hadn't really gone to meet new people or do much of anything since I had a kind of extra awakening moment last year that threw me for a real loop. So, and the only other person that I went to meet after that event, when like my mind went nuts, I went to meet David. And David is one of those like super aura people. Like he's a big presence in the room spiritually. And I was so open at the time, it freaked me out. I was scared. But,
Yeah.
luckily he's
There's-
a cool enough adult who's far enough into it that once we talked it out, which took me even months to go that far, because I was like, oh God, I've made a total ass of myself now. Oh my God, I've made it even worse. But we were grown-ups
um,
about it, and he was very understanding and helped me get through some stuff that I wouldn't have gotten through otherwise.
the energy thing is important, but there are some dangerous people out there. There are bad people out there.
Oh, fuck
So
yeah,
make
there
sure.
are.
Yeah. What are you doing, Kiki?
Pardon my
How you
French.
doing, buddy? Holy cow! Wow. What was that?
I think a lot of people spit on their apples before they bite them, don't they? I see it in movies, but I don't do it. I peel mine. Otherwise, it gets all stuck in my teeth and then it gets stuck in my gums.
Oh, scruff time. Yep. I got a Kiki named Halfcock. We're gonna
Oh,
call him Half.
yeah. I forgot you got the new cat.
We're gonna call him Halfy. What's up, Halfy? What's up, Halfy? He's a pretty good lover too. He's a pretty good lover and he likes it outside, so I'm good with it. Thank you. I'm trying to get a good visual on him in the daylight because it looks like he's got something on his side. It almost looks like it says something like big letters, like 3-inch letters on the side. I can't tell. I seen him for like 3 or 4 days. I seen him on state land, and then all of a sudden he showed up at my little brother's place.
Oh, I was going to say, I'd be surprised if you find this stray cat as far out as your actual place is
Yeah. Well, that's just it,
without
man.
something getting him. You know what I mean? Like, I would think a coyote or something would get him before
Well,
you get that far.
ma'am, we got a German Shepherd, 2 German Shepherds, a Bull Mastiff, and a Pit Bull, and this cat came right up to us. He didn't even care about the dog.
Huh. Well, that's a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. Damn it. Don't drop the weed. Doesn't do anybody any good on the floor. Well, good night, awakened by the looking glass reflection. hopefully we'll get to connect another time. I'm going to start having more open panels, and I'll try to catch some more of yours because I got a lot out of that conversation with you ladies yesterday. It was nice to be with a group of supportive women.
Hey,
You know.
I'm not a woman, but I'm supportive. Why we always got to go to racism? I mean, sexism.
I know. I have a lot of bros. You know what I mean? I've always had an easy time with bros, but I like having lady friends too, and it's harder for women to
I'm
make friends,
joking.
I think. Women are
I'm joking.
difficult.
I just had one of my that Indian fella made a comment about racism, and I told him, "What are you talking about, dude? Since when has any of our color ever had to do with shit, dude?" He was talking about how they stole the country from him. Like, motherfucker, I was born here. Creator put me here just like you for us to use it. Oh, I know. I mean, shut up with that race shit.
You know what I got to say about that? And this was something that it was on the tip of my tongue the other night when we were talking about, racisms and all that. But I was so baked, I couldn't
It's an
remember what I
ism.
wanted to say. The fucked up thing about that, and why I think that some of us have mixed images in our heads that go like across cultures, like you were talking about Egyptian symbols and stuff like that. At this point, we have to all admit that we're all mixed. We're
Yes.
all mixed. So that makes perfect sense that we would be related to people on a genetic level way across the world with nothing in common in the physical realm that we can tell, because it doesn't take very long for us to get mixed. A couple generations and we are mud. You know what I mean? Once we open, travel, and if you think about it, it looks like it was going on long before the history we were taught in school, travel amongst cultures. So we've got to all be definitely genetically related. So
Yeah.
yeah, you would be able to draw on what seems like another culture's Akashic record would then be available to you through blood memory, wouldn't it?
Actually,
And
I
cause
think,
confusion.
I think 3 times I did that. Tapped through the DNA lineage thing and recalled memories of my grandfathers, 2 of my dad's fathers, and 1 of my mom's father.
Well,
It
we
was
had
it was
been,
it was nothing
Lev was,
important. It was nothing important. It was like a view of them. One of them was walking to a garage, and it was weird.
well, so once we wrap our head around that, like that if we are all related on some small genetic level, that would give us access to, many avenues of
Um,
shared genetic memory.
we're all
And
connected
Lev
through ocean.
mentioned earlier hearing a light language from something, in an out of body experience. It didn't sound like a language he knew, but he got the gist of what was going on. And what if that is part of it, like on a spiritual level too, being mixed there as well. So you
We're
kind
all
of hear the other language even though you don't.
we're all connected through ocean, like a spiritual. How we're connected, like how we can fruit flowers. So it's like once I die, my water it'll come back to ocean. So I'll be connected to source again. So then once
Yeah,
I come back into life, I could come through any flower or portal, you know what I mean, or pregnancy. So I could come back as any different culture. I could come back as an animal, you know what I mean, or a fish or a bird or whichever, you know what I mean. It's gonna like uh through that water consciousness. That's like, oh, if you reincarnate into an animal because you've been bad. You need to learn your life at that consciousness level, you know what I mean, and stuff like it can give
That's
you a
why I
reset
first
and
started following your channel really closely, Lev, is because you were posting about a wave of life. And those images from the Buddhists that I ran around with for a while in my late teens and early 20s, that was a big theme with them, like the Great Wave being a perfect example of our energetic existence here. Like you're all part of the water, but every now and then there's
yeah,
a wave on the water, and every drop that comes off of it is still a unique thing, but it eventually returns to the great water. It's still water while it's
like
out there.
the cymatic pattern in ocean. It's the same as like the brain network between the forests. But the brain network in the forest is a copy of the cymatic network in the ocean. So the ocean's already psychic. It's already got its brain, its subconscious, and you know what I mean, and stuff like. It's limited. It can't express itself, but through the yang energy of the land and all that kind of thing, it's able to express itself through trees and all that kind of stuff. Like so, that is it expressing itself, and we come from that as well. So we're part of that expression. So we are water expressing itself. You know what I mean? All our feelings, our emotions, our psychology, all comes from it. You know what I mean? It's like understanding water is to understand spirituality in a large sense of it. It's a yin and yang to spirituality, so we need to understand the outer aspect of it as well, like the Taurus field stuff. So like if you combine them both, then that's our understanding of what we are, like know thyself. You know what I mean? You understand the entire realm as micro and macro of what you are with it all. You know what I mean? Your experience of it and stuff like. Because we're all like a drop of water which comes out of the ocean having its own experience, just to land back in the water. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me go grab this book and I'm going to show you guys a
So,
cool picture.
like in terms of race, there's nothing between color. You know what I mean? As soon as you go back into that ocean, into that cymatic network, right, you could be just transported into another flower all the way across, you know, other side of the ocean. So, you know, we're all of that love and light consciousness, rather than being a different color or race.
That's what they tried to kind of squash in me, really. Like, I was doing really well with staying in alignment with those kinds of good feelings, you know what I mean, about being water, and that's some Bruce Lee shit, you know what I mean? Um, and I got hit with such a massive fear last year out of nowhere that I didn't need. Ugh, it makes me sick that I even fell for it. I'm gonna see if I can. Oh, this is what I'll do. I'll just start the camera for a minute and show. Can you see that? It's the enlightenment of the wave is exactly what Lev was just talking about. Like
Hey
we're all
Jen,
water. Hmm.
I think Andy is trying to come up.
Oh, is he? Was that? I don't see Andy in the back room yet. As soon as he shows up, I'll, oh, whoops, I'm not dressed for camera, you can tell. I just wanted to show that. That's exactly what Lev's talking about right now. The water and the great memory of us all, but we still get to have our unique experience as a drop. You know what I mean? Off that great wave. This is one of my favorite books. Allow me to do an unsolicited commercial for this book. I have purchased probably a dozen copies over the years and given them away as gifts because it's very helpful.
What's it called?
Zen Speaks, Shouts of Nothingness. And this is one of those things that also kind of prompted my original name as Not Really Here when I first started doing YouTube, because I was at that point of understanding that there was something greater that, you know, we were all connected to, and I'd had some of those strange experiences here and there. And some of them were really good, you know what I mean? But it's a helpful and hopeful thought too, to know that nobody's ever really gone. And that's why I don't believe in that like horrible hell that some of the religions try to push on us if we don't follow their rules and pay them for salvation. Because I know that energy doesn't die. And I know that the only purpose to creation is love. It should be the only purpose is to experience, you know? What happened?
Yeah, because like Chinese don't believe in hell. You know what I mean? Like their ancient uh, cosmologies and stuff like. Uh, what would you think? Oh yeah, like if you like in astral planes and all that kind of stuff, or maybe even like in spirit in that kind of way and stuff like when you pass on. But there is an aspect of like the fire element so you'd be able to burn away like the negative things and all these kind of things and stuff like that. Not so much, I don't think it's more like a shower rather than actual in a horrible place. You know what I mean? But I mean, that's how it
Yeah, I
depends. Anyway,
think
it's like as you go into the ocean, it might just kind of cycle it out anyway, or whatever. As the ocean waves crash and all these kind of things, maybe that's part of its expression, like rogue waves and stuff.
maybe.
Well, I heard a lot about what he's talking about, Jen, from another area, and that's why they're trying to get everybody razzed up because emotions are connected to the oceans.
Yes, totally. The same way that, some of our cycles are connected to the moon.
Well, I'm not.
We're part of this creation. It only makes sense
Yeah,
that its feelings would feel us.
it's definitely interesting. I've seen some scientific work on it and evidence, so I can see the 100% connection in theory in it.
Yeah, the ocean's definitely conscious. It's aware right now. You know what I mean? Is that every time you use water, like you get out at sink or shower or whatever stuff like that, it's literally conscious. It remembers everything.
Well, I'll be honest. Dealing with just these two dogs the last couple months with them fighting, makes me realize how much the energy transfer is very important. And I had to literally get focused on myself to keep myself calm to where it was just, step in and snatch the aggressor and then step right aside instantly. No, no emotions, just stone cold, no vibration at all. Because it was starting to bother me because they weren't behaving right towards each other. And it was really getting to me. And then I finally hit a point and it was done. It's been a lot nicer in life since then.
Our energy definitely affects our pets. I mean, and that's just another great example of how that energetic connection works that they tried so hard to convince us wasn't true for so long. I did one of those dog training classes when we got a puppy when my daughter was little, and they talked about that kind of thing, like in the case of pets, you don't get aggressive, you don't get angry, you just take control of the negative situations and steer them in the right direction. And every time they are, great, then you celebrate. You don't show them the negativity, they don't learn the negativity. So, like, we would try to tell visitors in our house, no, don't play fight with my dog because that dog isn't meant to be a fighter. That dog is meant to be my child's friend. You know what I mean? You're teaching it a behavior we don't want. Um, or try to intentionally scare the animal. You know what I mean? It's like, well,
Yeah. Yeah, I got a slight issue with the mouth on that shepherd that I got to watch, but he has been tenfold different actually since you were here. Been quite a bit
well,
different.
they needed some estrogen out there in the woods. They needed some lady vibes.
Yep. Duke fell in line. Now he's starting to stay at the hip and stuff. When I go walking and stuff like that, he gets right next to my hip and stays right there like he's supposed to. He's doing real good.
Oh, the troll is back in my chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was here earlier and I hit his comments, but I'm just going to let him keep going.
Okay, let me go play with him for a second. What is it? Paul Dino?
Yeah.
This
I
guy,
mean,
really?
yeah, like that's just a dirty thing to say anywhere. It's low brow, I guess. Kind of a waste of time. So we're not going to waste our time on him. It's a great image, though. It's stuck in my head now, like somebody with flaps past their knees is pretty good, but I've never seen it in human biology.
It's a projection, self-projection. I think
Dude,
it's
what the fuck?
using.
Oh, we can't hear you, love. I can kind of hear a little whisper on your end, but I think
Yeah,
you were
he's been
speaking
getting
and we
lower and
can't hear you.
lower.
Yeah.
I think it phases in and out. I think it's. I'm a bit of a distance from what's it called, from router.
Yeah, that's one. Hey, lady, that's not just your average troll right there. That's a really not good person. He's got some kind of a system running that's pretty heavy.
I don't
That's
care. It's not the first time I've seen them do this kind of stuff.
yeah.
And they'll, like,
Well,
they're bored and they'll network and they get their
no,
friends,
they just try
or
to
they
make
have bots that run
they
it or
try,
something.
yup, they try to make the agitation. I got to thinking about
It
it.
used to work on me really badly,
Yes,
and I
ma'am.
would get upset. You know what I
And you
mean?
waste a lot
And
of
now I
fucking
just feel
energy.
so damn flattered because they can't stop a
Yup.
looking and a listening. Get you an eyeful, baby. You wish you could see my pea flaps, but
Here,
you
watch the behavior after this comment. Here, we were at the river and had Agent Smith with a camera on his hip, and we're trying to fish in the river on a sandbank. There was like a sandbank that went like 100 yards off, and the dogs were parked up in a truck, and there was a lady in my cousin's truck. So the trucks were fine. There was nobody getting by the vehicles, and we had them parked in a slot. And there's like a walkway that's like 50 yards down to the water, and then we were off
Mhm.
down a sandbank, and this dude come up with this camera on his hip, sitting there recording us. Cause and I'm like, are you fucking serious? And I'm watching this guy cast,
Oh,
and the
Andy
thing is,
called too.
he's repeatedly casting, and there was no need for it because we're in the river, and the spot where you river fish, you set up a certain way and you river fish. So me and my cousin are looking at each other like, what the fuck is this guy doing, dude? You know? And I look over at my cousin. I was like, it's time to go, dude. I'm gonna go eat some pizza. He's like, all right. And as we were leaving, this dude turns and keeps turning the camera towards us so he could watch us walk up the thing. And it was all for an agitation point, just to agitate somebody up.
Just to see if you can get somebody upset.
Yes, ma'am. That's it. And then they can make a crime up. They'll say, well, you were speeding, you were this or that or something. They just make some shit up.
Welcome, Andy.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
And
Oh, good. I got the mic on. Awesome.
So how did your drive go out there? Everything
Oh, the
went
drive
smoothly, I
went
take it?
miraculously. And then, like a fool, I forgot to add transmission fluid because I thought I'd be okay. And I ended up getting all the way to where I was supposed to go. But now that I'm here, the truck won't go in reverse.
Oh no.
Yeah, so, oh well.
All the more reason to
Hopefully.
keep moving forward.
That
Right?
was a good one, Jen. That's a
The
good one,
I,
signs
Jen.
of
de-
the
Stick
universe.
with it.
I
I like
dead
that.
ended in the neighbor's driveway, and she had to pull me out of the driveway with her own truck. And it was
What
funny.
kind of truck? What kind of truck you got?
A 01 Dodge Ram 1500 V6.
Common issue. Common issue. Yep, get your fluid up. I run an 86 Jeep Comanche.
Nice.
Not really, but it gets the job done.
I mean, it sounds cool.
Oh, I rock it, dude. I rock it at 45, 50 miles an hour down dirt roads like Dukes of fucking
It's an
Hazzard.
interesting vehicle.
Yes, I hammered it, dude. I got 2 dogs hanging out the back and shit.
I was not prepared when I pulled up at Daniel's place.
Oh, that fruit you gave us was awesome. I ate like the whole platter.
Good, that worked out well, like just in time for your road trip, you know?
Yeah, and like today, This place is amazing. I just did like a random walk and I found the beach and I went live.
Oh, did you?
This lady,
Yeah.
this lady is awesome. I want her to come back when I got a couple $100 for good health food and stuff, so we can relax and eat good health food and stuff and have fun. Go walk out in the woods and go hit the water.
Well,
Nice.
there's another paranormal conventions going on in Evart in late October, I think. So if I go to that one, then I'll definitely be your way. I'll be like right there.
Okay,
You
I'll
should
make sure.
go.
Oh no, I'm good.
I'm
I'm
telling
very
you,
well
dude, it
known.
was liberating because they're not all people who think that they're alien abductees. A lot of them have experiences like the ones we do that they just don't have a context for yet. And I'm not even
It,
sure if my contexts
it
are all
wouldn't
correct yet. So,
it wouldn't be wise for me in this town. I'll put it that way.
no. Oh,
Uh-uh.
you're afraid some locals will see.
No, I gotta tread carefully right now.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Is it like your hometown?
Yeah, oh yeah. I'm talking
Definitely
like
you gotta be careful.
you're talking to the dude that had almost all the keys for all the Main Street buildings at one time.
Wow. I'm not that important.
Neither am I. I'm just saying that's the kind of connections that I have through town. My
Nice.
family my family had three different business fronts on Main Street at one time. My uncle had one, my mom and dad had one, and then my uncle had another one. And then we took care of a bunch of them and a bunch of the rentals. We did all the maintenance on them and stuff for a bunch of the people.
That's good.
Yep, we just all got old and retired. I'm starting to get back into it a little bit myself. With all the other people that I was doing it for, they started selling the properties off and retiring and everything. Some of them passing away.
My whole life I didn't think I was gonna retire and now I'm like scrambling to find work.
Well, I'm gonna start creating stuff. I'm just gonna start making stuff. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna kick back. I also got prepared kind of to do it, off grid. I've been conditioned for a decade now. I'm off grid with solar and everything else.
He does
Nice.
have a badass setup. It's pretty nice.
I'd like to go off grid, but then what I don't know what I would do for cigarettes.
You have to
That's my
grow
one big.
tobacco.
Yeah, I'm just gonna quit. What are you doing, Kiki? What are you doing, Kiki?
Parts of me want to quit, but I do so enjoy it. And I noticed when I wasn't smoking, it was actually more difficult for me to go through some of my creative processes, like painting and stuff like that, was not quite as enjoyable without a cigarette here and there.
Hmm.
And I have heard other artists express a similar quandary with it, like they'll try to quit cigarettes, but they find that they want a cigar or to have incense burning or something smoky while they work.
Yeah. Like I don't know. For me, it's like I get this funky like choking cough like if I don't smoke. It's weird, and like the smoke like soothes my lungs. It's like you would think somebody with asthma shouldn't smoke, but I don't know. It seems to have helped me.
Did you go down the rabbit trail of the water and what that might have to do with smoking and the lie that surrounds it? Because I can take you down a
No,
rabbit hole about the water right now. That they were putting
yeah,
something. Okay, let me
please
take you down a
do.
quick rabbit hole that I explored.
Yes, please.
um,
Yeah.
apparently, there is something in nicotina, that has an effect on snake venoms and certain kinds of venom or something. And people were talking about them doing nasty stuff to the water. And one of the things that they thought they were doing was using some kind of snake venom as a carrier in our water supply. And that some of us who resisted the programming on smoking and continued may have been more resistant to it. And that's why they wanted
Yes.
everybody to quit smoking, so we wouldn't have that one filter, the nicotina, that fights whatever that is that's carried in this snake venom. Did nobody else read about that one? That was years ago that I was reading about that one.
That's the
No,
first
I
time
didn't.
I've heard about it, but this sounds like some truth to it.
It might be
Uh,
one of the ones that got scrubbed because that was when I was still brave enough to be on platforms like BitChute and Rumble a little bit. But people over there in like their comments and their chats are a lot wilder and a lot rougher. And I was just starting to like pick up other people's energy and didn't understand it.
Yeah.
And it was making
Right.
me upset to be around those environments. So I quit going to those platforms. Same reason I quit going to Facebook. The programming is rife.
Facebook will make you
Yeah.
dumb.
It will.
A lot of people like
Facebook
poop on
will
there. I
love me.
noticed. I noticed a lot of people like poop on there. They're real weird.
Right? They're totally poo obsessed.
They're
Oh
weird.
my God.
They're fucking weird.
Yeah, it's crossing over to YouTube.
Hey, wait a minute now. Don't get it. You ain't got to get all personal, you know.
I heard that the smoke inhalation kills mold spores in your lungs.
Well, that would be another reason, you know, that they would want to push that don't smoke, don't smoke, don't smoke. It causes all these diseases that somehow magically kill a bunch of people that don't smoke and don't allow it around them. Anyway.
You know, I
Right?
used to be a Marlboro man for most of my life, and then all of a sudden Marlboros didn't taste good no more. Now I like Camels and Lucky Strikes.
I
Yeah.
was a Marlboro person for years too. And then one day, actually, it was when my daughter died. Somebody gave me an American Spirit when we were sitting at the wake. And that was it. I dropped all other cigarettes and started smoking them. And then I found out that they're like the only one that doesn't add anything to the yellow and only to the yellow. There's no additive.
Oh, I like the black. Oh, okay.
Oh, I started with the American Spirit Black, man. Those are like a nice cigar. Damn.
Oh,
But the yellow has absolutely zero added to it. They only put water on that plant. That's it.
Nice.
guess what time it is, Jen?
What time is it?
Wormwood tea time.
Oh, you poor thing. Spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down.
No, I do
Well,
it
sugar would
raw.
probably ruin it. Don't put sugar in it.
Yes, ma'am. I know.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes I think I want sugar in my coffee, and then I regret it like instantly on the first sip.
Yep.
I do too, but I will admit that I still have a deep addiction to whatever it is they put in the Tim Hortons coffee. And I know they put something in it. I've had this discussion with other people. It must be the water or something, but there is nothing in the world like one of their cups of coffee with sugar. And I do regret it afterwards. I feel jittery. I feel bad.
No, it's
And
amphetamine. I think they're putting amphetamine in it.
but I
Yep.
still, it's like I go through there multiple times a week still. I'm not perfect, you know what I mean? I still want it, but it is the one place where I allow sugar to creep in, you know what I mean?
I got one.
I've gotten rid of everything else.
I got one spot where I let sugar slip in. When I hit the gas station once in a blue moon, if everything's going good and I got an extra $2, I'll get a half and half. It'll be half coffee and half what's that thing? The other machine, cappuccino. That's it. Half
Oh,
coffee.
that pre-sweetened cappuccino.
Yeah, it'll be half coffee and half cappuccino, and even then I can only drink half of it.
I
Nice.
still go out for fancy cappuccinos, but I get oat milk now or almond milk.
Right.
And neither of those are even that great of an option, but it's better than the dairy, and I usually stick with honey.
Well,
I'm getting
turns out
bored.
I'm such a fool. I don't read the ingredients like I should, but International Delight I thought was like the greatest creamer, and I realized it's just water. It's flavored water.
Oh, yep, and mostly sugar.
Yeah.
I loved those ones for years, and I wasn't great as great as I thought about package reading. I was conscious of it when my child was alive because I had experienced early puberty, and someone suggested to me back then in the 80s, like, it's probably all the hormones in the food that you eat. We've been seeing this more and more in young girls. And I was like, oh. So I
Yep.
thought about it with like meats with my daughter. I went the extra mile to pay for the grass fed, no hormones, and to get her organic vegetables and stuff like that. But I never would have thought of things like, the creamers and whatnot, what was hiding in there. God, that stuff did
Yeah.
not occur to me back then.
I mean, it's in everything. They just label it so it looks innocent.
It's all the
Well, like
so-called
you said, there's amphetamines in it. They just
Oh,
don't
I
call it.
think I think I heard Lev again. We're still having horrible sound issues. If you've been trying to speak to us, Lev, we can't hear you.
no, that's not right. What's it called? You have like FDA and all that kind of stuff. They're supposed to check everything, aren't they? You know what I mean? So your reason for trusting all the food, we thought we had reason. You know what I mean? But obviously we don't. You know what I mean? And stuff like. But so that's how we got away with it.
Right, we trusted those people. And I found out that even the organic label can't really be trusted in most products because here in the United States, at least, and I'm sure I could pull up an article if I wanted to. Um, but I read somewhere years ago that they were able to still give products here the organic label, but add up to 100 different chemicals or processes to whatever that product was before it got to market and still get the organic label. And I was like, well, how many things could they slip into that 100? That's a lot.
Like an organic banana.
Yeah, like it can still get the certified organic stamp on it, and it might still have a bunch of shit because they came
Yeah,
in
it's
under
got to
the
be like
line.
at
You know what
least
I mean?
1% organic, aren't it?
It's really funny because, like, I believe the Bible, and I also believe these things that we're talking about. Like, it says all food is clean. So it's like, is it just because the food's clean, or is it because we're blessed and can tolerate it somehow, and we're gonna survive? Like, what do you think?
That's a damn good question. And I have wondered about that too, if that might have something to do with like our natural affinity for certain foods and how some of us have developed aversions to foods over the last couple of years that we used to pig out on, but something in our body made us change over the last
Yes,
couple of years.
it's mental alchemy. It's called mental alchemy, is what it is. But it can also shift your DNA.
Right?
Thank you.
And also, it says that men will drink poison and not suffer any harm. So it's like, I tend to think that we have more of a spiritual advantage because a lot of people are suffering harm from this stuff. And,
Yup.
and here we are. I mean, it seems like we're doing
Right.
fine, prospectively.
Yeah,
I get what you mean, yeah.
that actually makes a lot of sense. I mean, and whether I process it better or not, I at least get a better sense from listening to my body better about what is poisonous to me on some level. You know what I mean? But I was wondering for a while if some people they do just seem to thrive on all of it. It's fine for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bodies will just keep going.
I mean, of course, a body could take a lot of abuse, but it also could take a lot of nourishment. Like, because I used to be into like bodybuilding, and I'm a small stature. I don't have a good form. I easily get fat. And but when I immersed myself into, learning about nutrition and stuff and supplements too, and a lot of stuff, and it's like amazing what you can put your body through and how it reacts.
Yes. Very intelligent. Yep. It's impressive what you can do. The thing is, you can do a lot. A lot of it's mental too.
It is mental. That's where it all starts. It's conceived with thought. Whatever you're going to do in life starts as a thought.
Pretty good way to look at it. And you know what? Actually, thinking about that, yeah, I like the pros and con list. I was taught a trick with making a list and then slowly checking it off and checking it every few months and stuff and see where you're at.
I used to be better at that, and that's one of those things that I haven't done for myself in a while, is actually make like a vision board or something like that. Like, where do I want to be? What do I want to be doing? Because I used to be great at that. But the last couple years, I don't know about y'all, but I have
Yeah,
had like boom, 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 trauma,
yeah.
crazy shit. Just
Lots
nonstop
of
trauma brought into my
On
life.
on every side.
Yeah.
physically, financially, yep.
Yeah. And I feel like I was trying to lay super low. You know what I mean? I
Yep.
was staying out of the way, and it still found a way to come to me every time I think it'd be quiet, something pop up.
It's because we're God's children. I mean, he calls us sons of the Most High God, and that's male and female. We're the brethren. And we're women and men. And it says that God chastises those he loves. So the people that aren't having any trouble in their life, this is their life. They get to live it up now. God's not going to give them any trouble because they don't care about him. And he's just letting them live it up. And then it's all going to pass away, and we're going to remain because we made it through the fire.
I guess I'm not gonna argue with that because that's something that I got through the download and it made me cry for days, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking
Aw, I've had those times during this, like, really this last year. And I feel like maybe I got an extra bumpy ride because I was a little late to the game or something. Because I had some of those days where it was like I would get some kind of download about something, and man, I would just lay there for like days, curled in a ball, crying about something that was both terrifying and beautiful at the same time, and so hard to put into words.
So I know what you guys mean when you say download, and there's probably some people listening that are like, huh? But I know it's like just like an understanding that comes down, right? Like you get it. It's like
Right,
me-
and how we express it comes out differently in all of us. But I mean, it's just one of those things that we have to like get past the fact that the spirit comes to you how it comes to you, and it comes to me how it comes to me. But at the end of the day, we really are brothers and sisters. You know what I mean?
yeah,
We really are, and we got to get past that lie they keep trying to put in between us. Non freaking stop.
yes, yes.
oh, but Space Force, guys, Space Force.
Freaking.
Yeah, whatever happened with Space Force? Was it-
I've been wondering about that. I haven't heard about Space Force in years.
Shh. I'm hunting rabbit.
It was like a big cartoon that was going to come out, and then I never saw it.
What's up?
That would have made a great cartoon, like Chuck Norris Space Force.
When I first heard about Space Force, I believed we were living on a globe still, and I had faith in it. Like, oh wow, yeah, we need a Space Force to defend our country from aliens from outer space. I thought it was brilliant.
Well, me too. And I mean, I didn't even get, like, I had heard of flat Earth, but I didn't hear it out as a full concept with any kind of evidence or anything like that until maybe 2020 was the first time, maybe 2019. And I was still like, those people, nah. I believed the big space lie. But that being said, I do not think it's out of the realm of possibility
All
that
right. All right.
what some of us perceive as aliens is interdimensional beings. And yes, our governments might work with them on some level. They
All right.
might be
Listen,
calling it Space Force, but it's like that Project Looking Glass kind of shit and
I call
interdimensional
bullshit.
CERN.
I call fucking bullshit because I'm telling you right now, that fucker was calling the fucking moon from the Oval Office in the fucking 60s, and my cell phone won't work for fucking shit. Okay?
Oh, I know. I know that
Somebody fucking
there's
bullshit.
something bullshit
Somebody
about
bullshit.
the idea that we can go to the moon now, but have we considered that that might be the front for where they put all the funding for whatever they do to help them communicate with these interdimensional entities, like the things that people talk about when they leave their body or when they have DMT trips or when they hit a government drive-by. And that would, I mean, that might be all that like Nephilim technology kind of stuff.
You see, that's the one thing I was wondering about is technology with the Nephilim stuff.
Yeah. Well, Jesus
I
did
mean,
call
we've
them
all,
snakes.
What's that?
He called them snakes and a brood of vipers.
Yeah. What would your response be to Super Soldier of Babylon?
If I encountered one in real life,
Yeah.
I'd probably like play dumb or some shit like that, or like
Okay.
just
What about Elohim?
like God himself.
Uh, uh, no, Elohim is
Like one of
plural.
the right, like the ones they said walked with God.
Yeah, they were powerful ones, bright ones.
If I were to encounter
Elohim
an
means
angel,
host of heaven.
yeah. So my initial reaction would probably be like most people, where they would like fall down and worship him, right? And then like,
Yeah,
but we're taught not to. So if
yeah,
they were drawing worship from me as some kind of being, I would try to reject it somehow. Just like my innermost self would have to like acknowledge, only God is to be worshipped, and I mean, if it's some spirit teaching me otherwise, then I'm supposed to reject that and not believe it, even if it is
yeah,
powerful. Yeah,
yeah. I don't see. I'm not educated on all that stuff, so I don't know where to go with all that. But I was named after the Bible and everything like that, and I kind of caught on to some stuff out of the Matrix. But I'll put it to you this way: the
yeah.
denial of Christ is over.
Wow.
Yeah, and you're talking to a dude that grew up listening to Slayer his whole life, and now I don't. I quit listening to Slayer. I've been segregated in the woods for like a decade. Fucking, it's wild.
Wow. I
I'm
mean,
having
you're
fun.
just like, you mean like you've repented, basically, like whatever that was.
Yeah. Well, you're clearing your cells and stuff because like I contacted with nature. You know what I mean? It has to do with that water thing that fella was talking about, water and water memory. Like once
Yeah.
you're out in the woods and you pick up the frequency of Mother Nature, you just reprogram your whole cellular structure.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. the word does meant like it's written about the water being one of the three witnesses. So that's amazing. Not
Yep.
many people can get in touch like that.
Yeah, my contact with Creator, he told me to protect his flock, and that's where I'm at right now. That's what I just kind of sit back and help, where I can. If I can't help, I can't help. If I can, I can. And I just do what I do. I get up and live each day. If I'm gonna have fun, laugh at something.
That's good. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't really know how much I could offer here, but I do tend to think I read the Bible a lot, and like really I'm really into it. It kind of like encapsulates my life. And I've been told I'm overly religious, but I'm really no religion at all. Like I don't do practice anything.
Well, I kind of
I
caught on to
think
something.
that's good because I think it's the
Yes.
religion that divides us, but being able to take the parts that you can tell are true from
Well,
any bit of
I caught on.
information, any stream, as you
I
want to
caught.
call it, another term for water, a stream of words in a book, a stream of thought from a friend or another person or whatever,
I'm doing an
And then,
experiment. I'm doing an experiment right now where I'm paying attention to the people who go to church and stuff like that and don't put faith into the medication and stuff like that. And I'm telling you, it's stunning to look at their physical physique and structure compared to somebody that doesn't care, just sits in front of a video game and trusts a doctor and eats Little Debbie's. It's scary.
Yeah, little
I'm
Debbie got a
serious.
snack for me.
Oh my gosh, dude, man, I just got like kicked in the gonads by it big time, bro. I'm serious, man. It's wow. I'm like spun out kind of right now. I'm like, oh, I'm all meditating and stuff, just like,
Good.
what did they,
Yeah.
what did they
so
do?
I appreciate that you know a little bit more of the Bible stuff, Andy, because I don't. I came to it really late, you know what I mean? Like, clearly it influenced my life in some ways because, like my grandfather was a deacon and all that kind of stuff. But I had my falling out with the church in my teens and I went to look at other stuff. And
The
I didn't
Bible
Um,
says
actually read the Bible till I was like 42.
that's awesome. You know what though? This thing like you're saying is exactly what Jesus taught, and you have not to worry whatsoever one little bit because he said the first will be last and the last will be first, and they all got the same reward. So
yes,
you're
yes.
not going to fall short at all if you trust God.
No, I already seen it. I already caught it through meditation and recall through my whole life. Like he put me here, like the dude that owns this property and everything. Because of the shit that I did throughout life, he put him here for that. I'm not even worried about it, dude. And what's fucked up is the dude just showed up for the first time with a whole bunch of people, and I took care of like 15 different people, and then they left, and he gave me a welder, gave me a full solar kit set up. I'm styling, dude. I just do what I do, and I got family all over. Like, I mean,
Nice.
like all over. Yeah, that's why I said that conference thing wouldn't be good for me in this area. I'm already having static because I won't abide by the system. That's another thing too, like the currency. That's what I was gonna tell you. The water thing that came up again. Like the Bible is there for so many different things, but it was a control faction. That's why I don't like the term God, but Creator.
Yeah.
But
Right.
fucking, if you look at the water thing, there's a reason we pray over our food. Even if you take the Bible out of the equation and you put science to it, like if you do the
The
water thing,
vibrations.
yes. So I've even been doing that, and what's wild again, I'm thinking and looking at people who pray over their food every day to people who don't, and it's
Yeah.
staggering. Yes, it's
Yeah.
staggering.
And
It
it's even written about what you're saying. The people that don't have the law, or the Word, whatever you call the written code, right? The Bible. The people that
Um,
don't have it, they had it written on their hearts already. Even
that,
the primitive people, if they're living in love and thanks, they're still gonna do right. It's
that's
not
one
about
thing
Right.
he
That's
showed
where
me
the
that
religions
too.
put that idea of hell and all this stuff in there, where they're like, unless you're brought into the fold of the church and you pay your money to us, you know, you're not going to this special place. And I never really could believe that people who were living in the jungle someplace a million miles away were all bad because they didn't have a particular book. What a bunch of nonsense. You know what I mean? Like, why would a creator put them there just for them to all burn until they got the right book? What a bunch of poppycock. You know what I mean? They
Yeah,
have just as much access to the creator as anybody else. And nobody's going to tell me any different. You know what I mean? I refuse to believe that all of those people are bad because they didn't get the handbook. What a bunch of shit. I mean,
Yeah,
excuse my
exactly.
language, but that one upsets me because I have that like empathy and love for people I don't know, you know?
that's
Favorite
why.
stuff, though.
If not to interrupt, but if you notice the people who actually live in the jungle, they don't live with much. They only live with stuff off the land, and that's part of the thing with the first shall be last and the last shall be first, because you're
Right.
using. Yeah, he showed me that picking up my firewood and stuff because I like to pick up the dead wood from the trees. I don't like
Yeah,
cutting any trees down. Yeah, I don't like cutting any trees down.
good.
Yeah, you shouldn't need to out there. There's plenty.
Yeah, I got tons of it.
There's,
I just, you
there's
know
plenty
what?
of
I
stuff
just
there.
pulled off. I literally just pulled off the road into state land, like 200
Mr.
yards,
Super Sidewinder's backstage. Yay! Welcome,
and
David.
filled up my
Yeah.
truck, filled up my
Hello.
truck in 5 minutes. Hello,
Hey,
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Sorry, you weren't waiting long, were you? I'm a little
Only about
stoned
three
now.
hours. It's no big deal.
Oh no, I've done it again. I've been awkward again.
Yeah. I didn't like I don't think I'm one of the cool kids or anything. I just wanted to hang out with the cool kids, you know?
Oh, you're
Me
definitely
too.
one of the cool kids. You've got the coolest collection in town, David.
Where are
I
you at,
like to refer.
Michigan? Michigander, where in Michigan?
I'm in Cedar Township.
I don't know where that's at, dude. Like the middle of the state?
Yeah, US 10, Reed City.
Oh yeah, cool. We had a cabin up off of 10 and 46 there on Sanford Lake.
46. Yeah, I don't know where that's at
It
offhand.
runs through Sanford and let's see, trying to figure out what else is in that area.
131. I'm at US 10 and 131.
So you're farther west, I think. Then yeah,
Yeah, you're talking by Midland.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that area. Yeah.
Clare, Midland. Yeah.
Yep. Cool, man.
Yep. I rode the whole state. I was the yeah. I rode for a long time. One day I could be in Detroit, and the next day I could be in Petoskey. The next day I could be in Ludington. Then I could be here in Everton.
Are you talking about motorcycles when you say riding?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a cyclist too. Well, not anymore. I've like lost my eyesight, but I still have a Goldwing and a Kawasaki 1500 Main Street. I should have
Oh
showed
wow.
you my motorcycles when you were here, Andy. They're sweet, man.
I saw him. I was eyeing them. Maybe we can
I've
work
seen
something out in the
that.
future.
I'm looking. Believe it or not, you know what I'm trying to find right now? A 78 iron head. I'm on a 78 iron head. That's it. Nothing fancy. Just a raw dog iron head.
Yep, cool.
Nice. I had a Suzuki GS 450, and I painted it olive green and black, and like took the mufflers off and put a little seat on it, and I took the shocks off and put little iron bars in there because I'm short, and I lowered it. It was like
Yeah.
22 inches seat height. It was awesome. People thought it was a Sportster, but it wasn't. And it shot flames out of the pipe.
The best,
I had
the best
a
bike that I rode.
Kawasaki 440 LTD belt drive, 6-speed, and it had like that kind of seat that you're talking about had a big dip in it, so your center of gravity was super low, dude. That was the best handling bike I think I've ever had for a street bike. It was crazy nice.
Cool.
I hammered on a 78 GS Suzuki forever and a day. Those are my favorite bikes. The 78 GS 750 Suzuki is a beast.
You ever see her ride on a Yamaha XS 1150? Those were badass in the day, dude. Wow.
I rode a lot of different stuff like that, but I'd have to really think about it. Like, I rode quite a bit of different stuff.
I had a neighbor that bought one of those. It was the fastest production bike on the streets the year that he bought it. It was brand new, and I had just gotten my motorcycle permit. I didn't even have a cycle yet. And he said, dude, anytime you want to borrow my bike, you can have it. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, dude, just bring it back and wash it if it's dirty, and no problem, dude. I rode that thing for like 2 summers, man. I probably put more miles on it than he ever did.
Cool.
I had a motorcycle when I was in high school, and I haven't been on one since the second trimester of my pregnancy. So that was like 1998.
I wish I was still riding, Jen. We'd see the country.
Right? I was looking at electric bikes because at this stage, I don't know if I want to learn how to shift a motorcycle and deal with all that stuff again. And because I'm so small, I had, it was a 250. It was like the smallest thing that was street legal. And I can't, yes. It was a Yamaha or a Honda, but it was made to look like the Rebel. It was so cute. It looked like a little freaking.
It was either a Rebel or a Savage.
So fucking cute. I got a picture of it somewhere around here.
It was a Rebel or a Savage.
Hold on.
Kawasaki,
Kawasaki
KL250 4-stroke. That was sweet as hell, like an enduro style. So I could ride it all the way from here to my cabin and then go out on the trails when I was up there. It was cool as shit, dude.
Yep, those were fun too. Yeah, my buddies wouldn't let me take my bike to the license place because I ran a drag bike. So they made me drive this little Suzuki Savage.
To get your permit?
No, to get my license. I already had the permit. Yeah. It was funny, dude. I'm trying to do like 70 down a highway, and the bike's like barely doing 70. They're trying to pull off on me with these big Harleys. I'm like, dude, no.
You ever see those courses they make motorcycle cops drive? It's like they set up all these cones and it's like a maze, dude.
Yeah, I had to go
through this whole maze, and it takes almost like 12 to 15 minutes to get through the whole maze, and you have to get through it without ever touching a cone. And there's like barely room for the bike, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm good on bikes. I've been on bikes my whole life, and I don't think I could handle the course. After watching them do it, I'm like, holy shit, dude. No thanks.
Yeah, we paid a trucking company, and we had a whole bunch of dudes. It was scheduled.
Look,
this is cool having open channels, Jen. We need to do this more often.
I know. I kept wanting to, and I'd like stick my feet just barely in the water of people's panels. And I don't know, maybe it was just like one of those energetically weird times when I was trying to get started with it, where people seemed so paranoid for a while. And everybody was certain that everybody else was an agent and that this person and that person was attacking them or trolling them or whatever. And I was, I don't know, kind of overwhelmed by all of it. And then sometimes I think, well, maybe that was just me because I was going through my own stuff and I was just way too sensitive for it. You know what I mean? But I really wanted to. It looked like fun. But some people too, like, man, they just go at each other. No
Yep, just
respect.
keep your guard up, and then when you catch them, laugh at them, expose them, just laugh at them, point at them. What a dirtbag! That's what we do. I'm serious. I know it sounds rough, but that's what we do. It's a lot of wasted energy. We're just
Yeah.
living open. So
Yeah, that's a good perspective.
that's what I'm doing, man. Dude. If agents came walking up to me, I'd literally drop on the ground and laugh at them. Dude, I'm serious, dude. I putz around just trying to help people around me and stuff with a little beat up pickup truck and rescue dogs. Leave me alone, dude. What are you doing? Get the fuck out of here. Sorry, dude.
Right? Yeah, but like what you were saying, Jenny. I mean, like you're always welcome on my show. It's not like I have a huge um, outcome, but you know, like I try to go live every day, and anyone really is welcome. Not to say that you're anyone, but that you're someone. I mean, you're someone special. Everybody is that we've talked online and especially met in real life.
Right?
That makes a big difference. That makes a really big difference, I think, sometimes
I have
when you get
I
to meet
have
a
to
few people in person.
I have to admit, Jen, opening up because I almost told you no for coming here. Opening up is a big thing. You do have to take chances and
Yeah,
meet
you
more
do.
people. Yeah.
100%.
It's very difficult for some of us, you know. That the world has not been kind to some of us, and it's, like for me personally, one of those things where every time I've stuck my feet out in the water a little bit, man, I get bitten. And then I go, nope, going home.
You got to walk over the water.
That's it. Right on it. So, hi, Lev. You still there, bro? And
Get
hi,
more?
Andy.
Hi.
Lev's mic is not coming through very well for some reason. Sometimes
Oh,
people whisper.
I think it's cool how his avatar's in the center.
right?
Oh, yeah.
For balance, yin yang.
What a nice panel you got
Oh,
going here.
hey, I got a new picture that might get me in trouble. Let me change my avatar. I like funny avatars, man. I really do. I like funny avatars. They're great.
I do too. I enjoy changing my avatars now. I kept the one for so long because I thought it said so much about what was going on with the pokies and all that stuff and the resistance to it. But
Hey,
I decided it was a negative kind of take on it. You need to move positive.
We are the resistance.
Is that Chunk from? It's Chunk from the
Chuck
Goonies.
Norris, mofo. It's Chuck Norris. Get you some of that.
I think that's your best one.
I got another one. Just as long as nobody bugs out, it's just a funny, okay. But this one's funnier. This was my favorite one. They soon got kicked offline, dude.
What's it say? It's Johnson and Johnson. I couldn't read what it said above him.
Hey,
Oh
you guys.
oh God! And you know what? I started off online doing that. I'd come into the chat room and start screaming at people. Be like, "Dude,
I like yours. JP's like, can't change mine.
I love JP's icon. I think of him as being that little person grabbing their head and screaming, even though I've seen like JP himself in his videos and stuff.
Sidewinders is pretty good. He's been working on his for a while.
I like that one.
On what?
Your avatar.
Oh, yeah, that's cool, right?
Yeah, good colors too.
Sandy did that for me.
So how many musicians do we have in here?
How many what? Musicians?
Mm-hmm.
I'm one. Andy's one.
Awesome
Jen's
sauce.
one.
Well, not
I
really.
don't know about you
I
and
keep
Lev.
still
No, I'm
meaning
not
to
much
do
of one.
more.
I'm an artist and painting in that kind of sense rather than music, I think.
Oh,
had some bad music teachers at school as well.
I
We're
almost
quite
heard
interested in
left.
it when we were young. Sorry?
I
Jen,
almost
your
heard
voice
left.
is like a singing angel. You, of course, you're a musician. When you open your mouth and we hear your voice, it's like singing.
Oh, that's so nice. I actually do sing. I just don't have any place to sing.
Yes,
You
you
know.
do.
Abre los ojos.
Well, I saw like Matrix Man Adventures does karaoke nights on his channel, and Kimba goes over there. I love Kimba. She is, and Terry King's here in the chat now too. We've had such a nice chat this evening. I am so glad that so many people came through and so many callers. Kimba goes over there and they all sing, but I don't know how they're doing it, like how they're getting the programs to run and play so many different things and how you get the sound to, I don't know how it's done.
If you can find out, I'd like to know. Kimba's a friend of mine too. It's cool.
Oh, is she? She's always over on Matrix Man Adventures on like they're usually on the weekends, but he goes live a lot and they do karaoke with open call-ins
Oh, send me a
and
link.
they're
Send me a link
fun.
next time they're doing it live or something. Send me a link.
I've been
Oh,
a
okay. I
model.
definitely will. You'll like those people if you like Kimba.
Yeah,
They're cool. They
we're tight.
smoke
I've
and
been
sing.
The only
I've been
place
a
I ever
mod.
run into Kimba is on Charles Was.
I've been a mod over there at Matrix Man for years.
Have you? I
Yes.
haven't seen you over there. And I pop in there from time to time because I know they're over there like on a Friday night. I ain't got nothing to do. I'm gonna go over there and smoke some and listen to a couple people
Yeah,
sing.
bamboo, Kimba, Matt.
Oh, yeah, that Bamboo Soldier guy's over there. And I just found Bad Joe Mojo or something. That dude can play and sing.
It's important. I think it's important. We should all be playing music here and there.
Capricornie's in the chat now too. Oh, look, Capricornie. Yeah, so check them out for karaoke then, David. If
Yeah,
you
you
didn't
know
know
I've been
that
working
was
on my
going
vocals
on.
for months now, so yeah, I'd love to be part of that.
Yeah, they're all super cool.
I
I've
even
never called in though. Too chicken.
I even sang for you last time you were here.
Yes, you did, and we got to hear a lot of your recordings too.
Yeah.
You've been turning out a lot.
Wow, I did 38 videos in 3 months. I took a break from videos, but I didn't take a break from music. And during the break, I put out 2.5 albums.
Wow.
Yesterday was insane.
Well, I'm trying to get a little bit of direction and help with some form of equipment that I can plug right into my cell phone to hook my guitar to it so it sounds right. Because when I play the playback and record myself on YouTube, it doesn't sound right from where I'm sitting next to it.
It's difficult to get really clean recordings on a phone, period.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah,
I think the best results I've heard so far are coming out of BandLab. They're really coming like leaps and bounds with that technology. It's amazing what you can do with BandLabs on a phone now.
BandLab's awesome. I got it. I could barely even start to learn it.
Yeah, dude.
It's really complex.
It's got a lot of features. It's like a full functional DAW. And then the cool part is if you kind of don't want to work on your phone or if you have a computer available or whatever, you can access it. And it's just like a pretty full functional DAW from a browser without having to download anything. So if you do something on your phone, you want to edit it on the computer or whatever, you can go both ways with it. It's really cool.
I'm already lost.
Look
Me
into
too. I'm like,
BandLab.
what's a DAW?
Digital audio workstation. It's the way that you record and manipulate sounds and introduce instruments and effects and all that.
Ah.
I
How
just
about I
play
just
guitar.
sing and make sandwiches?
Yeah.
I'll garden too, but that's it. Yeah. We all
That's
got to
lovely.
delegate jobs around here.
Gosh.
Andy harvested my only plant for me before he left. I got enough for about 3 doobies.
Oh, did it work?
Yeah, dude, it's really good.
Oh, that's nice. Let's show that comment for David Pick up on the screen. Big up JP and David.
Yep, fun stuff. You got a pretty good panel going. You did good tonight, lady.
Yes. Thank you. I feel almost like a big girl, but I don't want to get too big.
Almost. Yeah.
Almost. Almost a big girl. Them panties
I
are
hope
hard
the
to
dress
fill.
code in here is like towels and socks.
That's why nobody's got their camera on. It's one of those days. It's
I
Sunday. We're going to do
crashed
what we
right
want.
after I talked to you, Jen, at 3. I told you I'd probably be asleep till 11, and Ray started blowing up my phone at about 10 o'clock with tech questions. So, yeah, I'm not fully functional.
I haven't been fully functional for days. I mean, kind of by choice, you know, but
Right.
also just processing levels of weird stuff. So I've been just taking it easy, man.
Who's playing
No,
instrument? Who is
What?
Daniel.
that? That's Daniel?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Ooh, nice. Just JP playing harmonica. Love to hear it, brother.
Oh, I've been doing it a long time.
You play harmonica also?
Yeah, a
Or-
little bit.
Yeah, cool.
Well, there's only 7 building blocks. Well, there's 12 building blocks to music, 7 of major importance. Once you understand that, you can apply it to anything.
7 good, 5 bad is the rule.
Can you say that rule again? That can be applied. What was that?
There's 12 musical notes, 12 musical keys, and in any given musical key, there are 7 good notes and 5 bad. Does that make sense? That's the do,
No.
re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, and then the do is a repeat, so that's 7 notes.
Interesting. If I try to learn music, I get lost. As much as I love music,
You should have
it's
taken
really
the
hard.
Mr. Super Sidewinder musical crash course. It's free. You were here.
Right, and I wanted to set up ukulele lessons, but I'm a chicken. It's that easy. I'm always afraid to like talk to people or to ask for anything like that, but I would kind of like to do some ukulele lessons with you, David.
I love it.
And I would be more than happy to pay for your time and, you know, like set it up at your convenience. But it's one of those things that it kind of bugs me out in a way because it's like it kept getting thrown in my path like I was supposed to do it. And I'm one of those resistant people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I always liked to sing and stuff like that, but I would say around the time that we moved into that frickin' house and I started picking up interference, I developed stage fright and social anxiety and all kinds of fear of everyone and everything. And music was one of those things. Like my daughter was super musical, but I would find myself just too overwhelmed and nervous to be a part of any of it. You know what I mean?
So while Andy was
anymore.
here, he tried playing ocarina, recorder, bass guitar, ukulele, regular guitar, and handpan. He was on it. Yeah, Jen, you should come and even if you don't want to bring your own ukulele, I've got two tenors and a baritone. We can play and
Oh, I want to bring mine because I need help tuning it. I have a nice electric tuner and everything, but something about it is just continuously off. Um, and a more expert hand would probably be really useful.
yeah, I would
And I
like to
want to
see
get
your
comfortable with
ukulele,
it.
even if you just bring it one time. I'd love to see it. Jen's got a really nice sunburst gloss finish ukulele in a hard case that looks just absolutely gorgeous.
It's beautiful, and it was gifted to me. Like after
Yep.
my daughter died, and I was alone, and I was really sad. There was a guy I was kind of seeing here and there, and he just gifted it to me. He was like, I think that music would make you feel better, and you've been having some success in your like learning meditation, and I was using some frequency healing with that when I would set up my meditations um, down in Florida, and with my dad as a guinea pig. We had great success with getting the right tones to help people relax and feel better and stuff like that.
Sure.
So he just like gifted me this instrument, but I kept having such major upheaval in my life. I never really got to sit down and learn it. And then I hurt my wrist and I used it as an excuse.
Yeah, whenever you come over, make sure you bring it next time, you know.
Oh, sure.
And I'd really like to cook for you. We got to work out something that we can eat, or maybe you can pick up something and I'll pay for it, or whatever you want to do. But we
Okay.
should we
Yeah, we
should
can
kind
make
of,
an afternoon or an evening of it.
that's kind of what I'm thinking because you don't like driving after dark. Maybe we should do like we did last time, get together early and plan on spending most of the day, you know.
Well, now that I know that route well, it wouldn't be hard for me to drive it at night. I still don't like to because I get a bit of night blindness
Yeah.
when I see those fake lights. It's like all of my perception of depth is thrown off.
Yeah, I
And I'll
get it.
find myself stopping like 50 feet before I need to, and then I look suspicious as heck.
Yeah, I worried about
So,
you last time because I didn't know how bad all that was or whatever. But yeah, I sure hope you come over and hang out soon.
yeah, definitely. I mean, even if we just, play cards once in a while or something just for the company and something
Yeah.
different to do.
Yes,
I want to
please.
say something. I want to say something about that. I think that's a good idea because not only is Mr. Super Sidewinder the chief musician, he's also the chef musician.
Yeah.
Ah, that's a win.
Whereabouts he's located at?
I'm in South Grand Blanc.
In Michigan?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, Jen and I are only about 20 minutes or so apart.
Yep, and that was like,
Well,
when
I
I
have,
initially started getting involved on YouTube and trying to like, work
check
into
this
the
out.
communities somehow.
I have a
I
guitar.
really wanted to get some of us Michigan folk together more often.
Right.
Well, I have a guitar that I got to go pick up in Kalamazoo.
Way the other way.
Yeah, it's still a long ways west of here. That's over by Battle Creek and that. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's like
Probably still over 100
way
miles.
west of us and southwest of Daniel, if I'm thinking right.
Kalamazoo's a really cool place.
Yeah, I know Kalamazoo well.
I haven't
So
been
yeah,
there since I was like
Andy got to try
17.
my cooking, and when Ray found out Andy was staying here, he's like, "Make sure you cook for him. I've seen your food, dude. It looks awesome."
It is.
Well, I don't eat meat, which makes life hard for like hanging out with other people when they want to have you as a guest. I tend to keep my fare pretty simple.
Well, my sister
Nice.
is the same, and I adapted to that food style. And every once in a while, we do something like chili, and I just divide the batch and put the meat in my half, and you know what I mean. But most of the time, I can eat meat free.
That's how my dad and
Yeah,
I have been doing it here. We'll do, half all just the vegetables, and then he'll add his meat after I've taken a portion of it.
remember, I didn't know that you didn't eat pork for a while, and that I just like ignoramusly went and got pork sausages for us for breakfast, and you're like, "Whoa, I didn't eat pork for a long time." I was like, "Oh, sorry."
Yeah, I didn't eat
And he's
pork
like,
for over 2 years, dude. And then I went to my sister's house here about a month ago, and they were having ribs. And my blind ass, I reached over and I grabbed a rib because they also made chicken, and I don't care for his chicken off the grill. So I grabbed the ribs and I started eating them. I'm like, holy crap! I don't know what like there's something special about these. I ate a whole bunch. And it wasn't until the next time I saw my sister, I said, by the way, were those ribs pork or beef? She said pork, but I thought you knew. I'm like, why wouldn't you tell me? You know I don't eat pork. She's like, well, I don't know. You seem to enjoy them. And so then Andy stayed with me for about a week, 9 days or whatever, and he came in with a whole tray of Bob Evans pork sausage, the little breakfast sausages, and I'm like, oh man, I don't even want to tell him I don't eat pork. And then I'm like, well, let's just cook 6 of them. Maybe I'll have one or something. Shit, I ate half of that tray. Unfreaking.
Yep. I like eating too. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm a sensitive dude to other people. Like, I respect people. Like, if they don't do something, I'm cool with that. I support you. I didn't know. Like, I'm glad you told me though, because I totally understand that.
Uh-oh, we've lost your sound, David. You're very quiet.
You walked away. What's that click
I think
noise?
he had a phone call.
Oh, that might be it. We might just be hearing an echo of us speaking.
Oh, I got a lucky strike.
A lucky strike. A cigarette. I keep wanting. See, I'm doing that thing too, where if I'm sitting around chatting with people like this, I think I smoke a little bit more as a social mechanism.
Yeah, me too.
And right now it's really awesome because I've got a full charge on my headset, so I'm just stepping out the window and we're still talking, but I get to smoke. But I can't be smoking up here anymore. I was for a while when I was online. I'd be like smoking while I read up here, and I'm technically not supposed to. I got in trouble. My dad was like, "Are you smoking up there?" And I was like, "Well, but yeah." And I felt about 5. Boston Ray Mudflood Adventures is in my chat. Hello, Boston Ray.
Him.
Oh, hello.
I just invited him, Jenny.
Cool.
Awesome.
Boston Ray. Did you know he is the hard edge of flat Earth?
Yes.
And Mudflood.
You know, I got a personal scene of that mud flood stuff in Kansas City. Why would they have 6-foot windows, 8-foot windows, 3 and 4 stories down?
Right? Oh, you know, I talked about that a little bit, and I actually got video footage of the middle school that I was briefly enrolled at here in Flint. David, do you remember Whittier? Did you ever go there or see it when you were younger? Whittier Middle School, we used to call it the courtyard because one of the basement levels had windows that were like 8 feet tall in the basement, and it was dug out around them and bricked in like an underground courtyard. And the walkway above in front of the school, I mean, it was seriously like, you know,
cool.
Probably 12 to 15 feet above your head if you were to go out these windows.
Yes.
And we were like, why would they even build like this? Like even as kids, it didn't make sense. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So I went down there a couple weeks ago, but they closed the middle school years ago, and the building is still there, but there are full-grown trees in that space that we called the courtyard down by the windows. And it's a really kind of dangerous area right now, and there was a lot of like broken windows and graffiti and stuff, so I had too much of the heebie-jeebies to go any further and go check it out alone. But the next time
it was like that in Chicago.
Yeah, like those clearly, like when we look at it in retrospect, our high schools and stuff like that were clearly like mud flood old world buildings with subfloor, like many, many feet below ground. We had a swimming pool here in Flint back, I guess my parents told me it was open right up until like the 70s or something. But when I was in middle school and high school and very, very truant and never showing up to class, we would all skip school in this building down in Kersley Park.
Cool.
But somebody busted out one of the windows and like homeless people would go down there. But as school skipping, pot smoking kids, we wanted to go see what was down there. And in a group, we felt safe. So we went down there. And there were like 3 subfloors below ground level and a swimming pool way down underground and locker rooms and full plumbing and everything. And it was, I mean, we're talking 3 stories underground right by the Flint River, this building. So I guess it was maybe, it must have been at least 10 years ago, because by the time I wanted to show that place to my daughter, when we were just talking about like weird local history, they had already torn down the building part that was above ground and filled it all in. So there's nothing there now. But if you were to excavate in that area of the park, there's freaking 3 stories underground, swimming pools and locker rooms.
Well, because of my career, I've been in all those weird places. I've been in like every school, every bank, water towers, underground pumping stations, tunnels, attics, crawl spaces, like all the weird places, right? So there was a lot of places like, particularly like Catholic and parochial schools where they'd have 6 buildings on the site, and they were all linked underground in tunnels. And like it was not told like to keep it secret, but it was obviously secret because most of the people there didn't know. Like I'd pop up in a building and they'd go, "Hey, weren't you just over in building A?" And I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "Oh, I was sitting right here looking out the window. I never saw you come over here." And I just kind of looked the other way, like, yeah, I was in the tunnels, dude. I popped up like a rodent.
Well, and too, here in Flint, David, that we had all those tunnels all through downtown Flint. When I was a teenager, they did the shows in the fallout shelter underneath the Capitol Theater. And then in later years, they moved the all ages shows upstairs inside of the Capitol Theater. And then finally they built, they started having them at other
I've been
venues.
all the weird places like that too. I wired the Capitol Theater. Yeah,
Did you really?
and
Oh,
where
man.
Michigan School, where Michigan School for the Deaf is at, like Hamburg and 12th.
Yep.
They
Yeah,
have
go over there.
That's all got tunnels underneath it too, Jen. Very few
They-
people know. Every one of those buildings has a
Really?
tunnel.
They
Every
also
city.
have tunnels. They have tunnels all the way from Bridge in Monroe all the way over to Van Daniel, all the way to the hotel, everything, because they take the food from DeVos Place to the hotel and then to the Van Daniel Arena.
There's rumors that they have like coast to coast underground high speed railways, and I wouldn't be surprised at all. Like if some of these jack wagons can jump in a tunnel and get in a high speed train in DC and be in like Vegas in an hour,
Well,
There's a
that's
tunnel
It'll be
that goes
fine when we
from
hear
New
that.
York to California in 30 minutes. It's a tunnel for the Air Force, and they have there's like colonies of clones and people underground. Dude, we don't know anything.
He said we don't know anything.
Right.
Hey, I wouldn't doubt that. Hey, I would not doubt that one bit. I've been meditating, catching into some of that kind of crap, dude.
It's fact. What do you think the Prince of the Power of the Air can go to and from inside the Earth looking for people?
I was thinking about that, dude. It keeps coming back. Like I keep thinking of. I woke up the other day thinking. You remember that show, Fresh Prince of Bel Air?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, yeah. So
Yeah.
I woke up thinking about that show, and all of a sudden I went, "Fresh Prince of the Air, dude. That's what they were encoding." And then the next stream I'm on, somebody's like, "Oh, I know, it was Zulu One had a chat with like his trivia contest." He's like, what was the most popular car sold in America in 1958? And then somebody popped up, Bel Air. I'm like, holy shit, are you serious? And that
Oh,
ended up being the right answer. And now Andy's bringing up Bel Air, Prince of the Air. It's all coming like full circle, dude. Crazy.
It's not really Bel Air, even though it like vibrates, right? But they use like air force to get through that tunnel so quick. But there's like the bank tunnels that shoot out the little things that disperse, the little
Yeah, they call them
capsules that you put
pneumatic tubes. Yeah.
pneumatic. There's pneumatic.
Pneumatic
Yeah,
tubes.
but
Yeah,
this
they
is
actually like New York was all wired for those two, and they're still functional. They did a show on
yeah, but
Fringe about like there's some underground mole because like there has to be a central exchange. You're in building, you're in one building and you send something, it goes into the tunnels and it comes out somewhere. It's like a post office. Somebody has to take it out of your tube and put it in the sender's, in the receiver's tube.
yeah.
But I
That's
think
just
even to this day, like people in New York can drop a doobie in a pneumatic tube, man, and it goes into the tunnels and somebody puts it in, John's tube and boom, within like a minute,
Send
he's
it.
got the doobie. Yeah, dude. Kind of like facts in real
well,
time, real things.
I know. The thing is, the tunnels that I was working in, the people that lived in the area and worked there as a job all used it because we were pushing carts of tables, chairs, food, all kinds of stuff, man.
So don't you guys think it's funny how they keep kicking the can on all this high tech stuff like
Yeah.
the moon landing? Okay, so we didn't go, but we're still gonna go. Elon saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna build a hyperloop. I'm gonna put a train in a vacuum, and it's gonna be powered by a fan." Wait a minute, jackass. What's the fan gonna work on? You know what I mean? Like that. Okay, so the hyperloop it dies quietly. They don't ever say we're giving up on it. Oh no, we just had to push it back. Now Elon's doing this thing with Mars. Oh, we're gonna have a man on Mars by 2026. No, you're not, dude.
And when they say that we're going to Mars, that means that they're gonna burn down some land. They're, you know what I mean? They're
Well,
not
what
really
kind of
going
idiot would want to
anywhere.
go to a place where you can't breathe the air, nothing grows, there's no water, like it's not gonna last. Like, okay, I made it to Mars. Okay, well you're dead now. Hope you enjoyed it.
Well,
well,
if the way
and what? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Andy.
I was gonna say the way I see it, like if they were to say America's going to Mars, and then it happens, what do you think it's gonna be? Someone going to a different planet in outer space? No, the whole country's gonna go to Mars when they burn it down, like Hawaii went to Mars. You know what I mean? That's all they're talking
Well, I
about.
believe it's probably just footage from someplace, in a remote area of this world. I've seen some convincing footage that makes it look like all of their Mars rover bull honkery is just some part of Arizona or something. You know what I mean?
Said
Um,
honkery.
and why is it that they would try to go further to put a man on some planet that's supposed to be further, but they can't get one established on the moon? What a bunch of bull honkery. Just who's buying this anymore is beyond me, unless it really is that there is
All the kids
something
in school are
entirely about
buying
that
it,
moon that's always been a
and
lie.
their stupid ass parents. Everyone watching TV that believes it. Everyone listen to their teachers at school. Everybody watching TV and the news. That's who's going to believe it. Whoops.
Well, we got to have some pity though, because I believed it all at one point too.
Me too. And I thought it was cool.
Oh God, totally. I was so jealous of the kids that got to go to space camp in the 80s. I was like, what? Your mom's
Did you ever
sending you
think
to
you'd be an
space
astronaut?
camp?
Did you ever think you could be the president or an astronaut?
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put such high expectations on us though in those gifted programs. A lot of people that I talked to who came through those programs in the 80s, there was a really interesting number of us that got so kind of broken by the high expectations that never quite panned out. You know what I mean? They gave us
I got a good funny. Mommy said I could be anyhow. I'm gonna be a unicorn.
Right.
Yeah, right. Or tell
I'm
some
sorry.
6 foot tall, 300-pound man he can be a jockey. Yeah, right.
I'm sorry. I just had to spit that one. It was just smacking me in the back of the head.
Dude, if I could hear your guitar a little bit better, we'd be jamming.
Oh, I could plug it in.
Well, just plug it in. What are you talking
I
about?
got a dime bag signature with a Eddie Van Halen 412.
Okay, I don't know what any of that is, but you need to hook it up so we can hear it.
The big guy. The
We'll
big
wait.
guy. You want to hear the dime bag, man? No
Yeah,
way.
dude, fire up the dime bag. Let's get smoky.
We got, yep, Alchemos is in the house. Did I greet Alchemos yet? Nope. Why I
Hi,
hadn't.
Elkie.
Mars Wars is right. You're just in time.
Right?
Hey, you got the key, I think. Clipped out.
Dude, that
Isn't the
sounds
bottom-
really good. Sounds really good. I just put my headphones in now. Don't stop. Gotta hear more.
How weird is this? I got a handpan. You hear it?
Yeah, dude.
You're talking about bad notes and good notes?
So do the bad notes still play?
Yeah.
Play the bad notes. You got 2 bad notes, right?
That's what. Oh, it dings my ear.
Yeah, that's the only one that's got like bad effects. Yeah, there's something. Yeah, it's gongy. So just avoid that one bad note because the other one might be out of tune, but it doesn't have an issue like that. Let's see what we got. That's fun, Andy. Very cool.
Yeah, you're awesome. Thanks for letting me play.
Dude, I finally had somebody send me some samples of handpan mixed with other instruments because I've tried mixing with every other thing and nothing was really sounding good. And Barbara sent me some links to a couple. They were playing harmonium, which really sounds like a melodica, it's just got bellows instead of your breath, and guitar, and it mixed really good. So I've got some more experimenting to do there, you know. Very cool, Andy.
Yeah, let's play something that Jenny can sing.
I'm glad you got a handpan there, dude. That was stoked. So Andy never played a handpan in his life. He came here and got to play a handpan. He was a natural, so we recorded it, made a bunch of videos, and then he went straight from here to Oregon, and where there was another handpan waiting for him. Come on, man. What are the odds?
Shine, Jesus, shine.
Yeah, that's how you start right there, dude. Exactly.
You gotta
What you hear,
pick a
what you
song.
hear in your head. Yeah, dude, that's cool, man.
Yeah, I like that. Have acoustic guitar. We'll play to that. Get
I'm
all
gonna grab
good.
a bottle of water and I'll be right back. I'm just dying of thirst.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, I don't drink the tap water anymore, which had in Illinois it was like smelled like a swimming pool. You know, probably why I don't have kids.
Yeah. That tap water, man. Don't drink tap water.
Yeah, it's birth control.
And worse. My water here was leaving like a white chalky, like a calcium deposit in my distiller. And here a couple months ago, man, it all changed to brown. Whatever. What's brown, dude? What chemical, like powdered chemical, comes out brown in a distiller? It's nasty. Brown and oily, man. If you saw what's left in a distiller, you'd never want to drink tap water again, dude.
It's sodium. It's probably like sodium feces or something.
I'm sure the chemicals are imported from other places that want to get rid of it. That's my feeling.
Ah. The bad notes, I don't know. They're okay. Just because it has some bad notes doesn't mean it's a bad instrument. I like this one. Just go like that.
Oh yeah, cup it. It's kind of a wow.
Yeah, it's like boom.
Thanks, Michigander, for coming on and playing, man. That was awesome, dude.
It was. I don't know why he stopped. He was
I
good.
don't know. He was jamming, dude. We were even getting good audio quality. You need to do that again with us sometime, dude. And I'd like to record with you, man. You should come over and send me an email, MrSuperSidewinder@gmail.com. got mallets there too, or you always play by hand now?
Oh, I'll try something new.
I wish we could hear you, Lev. I don't know what the problem with the microphone is, man, but I'd like to chat with you, dude.
I know. I'm so excited to have Lev here and finally get to talk to him.
I
And
know, me
we're
too.
having such horrible sound issues. It's a bummer. But I feel like the technical interference is kind of getting out of control too. Like trying to keep us from speaking to each other, giving
Yeah.
us these little gremlins in our systems. They kind of seem a little targeted sometimes too.
I've told people several times, Jen, there was something I was going through, and the only person in the world that I could talk to about it was you. And I tried to email you, it was blocked. I tried to call you, it was blocked. I tried to text you, it was blocked. It was short of walking to your house, I could not reach you for days.
Well, and I swear to God that even when I was freaked out and I didn't know where I was picking up the fear and all that stuff from, I never at any point blocked you or anything like that.
Oh, I
So
know. No, I
that's
know.
clear interference. And I had an experience where I had been rekindling a friendship with some people that I was friends with when I was young. And we were emailing and stuff. And then I just didn't hear from them anymore. And I was like, what the French is going on? Like, did I say something strange, or like maybe they forgot me? I send an email, I get nothing back. Send a text, not hear anything. And then I look in my sent folders, a couple weeks later at these different platforms, and like none of the letters sent, just to
Yeah,
certain
they say
people.
all undelivered or they're drafts or something. Yeah, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and I wonder how many times that's happened with different people in our lives, here and there. Just, the system throws a wrench in there that makes you think a friendship's gone south that
Oh,
didn't.
yeah. Yeah.
I
Because it
was
feels
I was
very
kind of
one-sided.
surprised.
You're like, I reached out. No, I'm just going to wait until they do. I don't want to be a pest or whatever, and they never get your message to begin with. Sad.
Right. And I felt super bad about it. Some of them too were kind of like I was in the middle of business opportunities with, some of my old friends from, like primary school and stuff like that. We were talking about collaborations. I did a little bit of album art for one of the guys that I was in first through sixth grade with, and it was really cool. I loved being involved. It's just a fun collaboration. He had a bunch of art from different people that he'd known, all in his concept album, and another local guy here that I had been friends with in high school. I don't know if he ever published it, but he did publish it online. He got a huge collection of artwork inspired by what movie was it? I don't remember. But he got just a ton of local artists to contribute to it and put it all together, and it was quite cool. I like being involved in that. So it was kind of like they got right in the middle of another opportunity for me to connect with something that I would have enjoyed and might have made my life better.
Right.
So how often does that happen to us? You know what I mean? Because of this
Something more
stupid
than we want to
AI
know.
interference. Probably way
Right.
more than we want to know. I know that it happened too when there was a little bit of communication during my ex and I during our divorce. And, I was trying to be respectful and not call him because I knew that he was with somebody else, but there was stuff I did want to talk through. You know what I mean? Stuff just
Yeah.
needed to happen.
Yeah.
And I would try, and then he would send a message like, "Oh my God, why are you bothering me so much? None of this makes sense." And he would send me a screenshot, and it would be like a day and a half worth of shit, all out of order, and it's all time stamped as if it just came through. And it made stuff harder. It made it even harder. You know what I mean? It was
Yeah.
already a very tough situation, and the
Yeah.
technology made it worse.
Like roadblocks. Yeah. I see signs of it all the time.
Morning. How are we all doing? I'm back.
I kind of heard Lev for a second.
Yeah, thank you. We're doing good. Yes.
Good.
So Andy, I didn't think I could play my karaoke songs online. You didn't have any issues playing them on your stream, dude, and they came through like really good for streaming from your phone. Man, the audio quality was stunning.
Do you know how I did that? I'll tell you.
Band Lab,
Downloaded to my phone,
right?
downloaded it to StreamYard. I played it off StreamYard.
Oh, you put
I
it
didn't
on
play.
StreamYard somehow?
Yeah,
Uploaded
because
it to
I'm
StreamYard?
yeah, because in the StreamYard works, you can download audio files, and because like I have a video
Oh,
file
cool.
from Ray that I used to play a lot too about the orphan trains.
Yeah.
So like I just downloaded it and re-put it on StreamYard. That's why it was so crisp.
So that's how people put in the effects, like if they want a bang or an explosion or whatever on cue or whatever, they upload all those effects right to StreamYard then.
Yeah, it's just another button.
Yeah,
It's
that's cool, dude. I like it.
Thanks. Yeah, I had to do that for you at least. Now I'm going to go back and listen to that show.
Oh, dude, it was really good. Really good.
Well, I'm glad. I'm not a techno computer whiz or anything. I mean, Boston Ray's the one who showed me how to do StreamYard, I think, or Tony. Someone showed me how to do it. I don't know.
Yeah,
It was pretty simple.
Boston Ray has done a lot for me too, man. He's one of my besties. The whole world.
He's wise beyond this world. I wish he would come on the show. I mean, he's a great guest. It was pretty easy to click the link.
Yeah, it's linked. It's posted, pinned.
Make use of this opportunity. Ray knows all about the weird stuff and conspiracy.
Yeah. Right.
Right? Yeah, I think we need a new something new to happen and keep it rolling here. Another caller to add to the soup.
The pea soup. He's probably not even listening.
Probably not. I'm out on my balcony smoking, so I'm just kind of trying to keep an eye on it through the window to see if anybody does call.
Yeah, I got to keep your third eye on it. I'm in a little trailer, so why do I have to go outside to smoke? It's like I'm already outside. Can you believe this thing? That's it. That's all there is. There's the wall.
Oh, it
Hey,
is
Jen,
small, but not bad.
It's not
You wanna
bad.
play
It'll
my-
sleep well.
Want to play
Jen,
what,
you
David?
want to play my latest song?
Sure. Are you talking about the one? Which one are you talking about here?
With Claire, the Wayfaring Stranger.
How do I?
I've got it up as a share if you see it.
Okay, I see it there. There we go. So, do I have to do anything else on my end to make it play, or is that just whenever you hit play?
No, I gotta play it when you've got me shared. Let me know.
You're shared, and I'm gonna press the mute.
Yeah, everybody should mute. I'll be ready. Here we go.
I am a poor wayfaring stranger this world of woe. Yet there's no sickness, no toil or danger in that bright world which I go. I'm going there to see my Father. I'm going there no more to roam. I'm only going over Jordan. I'm only going over home. I know dark clouds will gather around me. I know my way is rough and steep, yet beauteous fields lie just before me, where God's redeemed their vigils. I'm going there to see my mother. She said she'd be when I come. I'm only going over Jordan. I'm only going over home.
Thank you, David.
That was
Yeehaw.
fire.
Turn on my
Did it
camera.
play okay?
Yes, it played very well over here.
I kind of got glitched.
My clap.
Oh,
I've got Andy's best handpan video queued up if you want to do that one too. It's called Three Bells.
Yeah, go ahead and let it play.
All right, here we go. Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
dude.
really nice. And it was like we were talking in they were talking in the chat about the resonance. That was a different experience being in the room with it being played. It was really cool.
Right.
I shot this one.
Oh, you want to play this one?
Oh yeah, of
It's
course,
up to Jen.
yes.
It's your channel, Jen.
She said it was open mic. I'll say please. Please press play. Yes. Oh, how do you like that?
How's that
Yeah,
for
Les
Here's
said
crazy?
he needed to charge his phone.
Ah, yes.
And I just dropped a
You
link
guys could
to
hear
one
me
of Lev's
playing.
latest
You guys could
videos.
hear me playing along, right?
Oh, I
Oh,
thought that was
you
all
added
the
another
recording.
level?
No, I was playing along.
I thought I heard something extra.
Yeah, I added a whole layer.
Yes. Like the frosting on a cake.
Yeah, dude. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you. Thank you for showing up and hanging out on a boring Sunday evening. It made it not boring. Yay!
I'm
Just like every day.
gonna.
Yay! But I wanted to show you these because you asked me about mallets for the handpan.
Yeah, dude. Right?
Can you see it on your screen?
Oh yeah, yeah. Are they soft or hard? The ends. Nope, hard.
They're hard.
Cool. That's
They're
like my wooden ones. Yeah, dude. Cool.
They got
You
vinyl
got.
tips. You can unscrew them and put new ones in.
Awesome.
And this
Well,
is
they're like
a
drum. Yeah,
vinyl.
they're like drum. Yeah, they're like drumsticks.
They are
They're
drumsticks. They
shaped.
have this.
Yeah, they're shaped. Okay.
They're aluminum.
Oh wow.
And
You got to play
with
easy with
vinyl,
those, man. You could damage the handpan with those. Play real light with them, dude.
it's a
Yep.
vinyl
Cool.
sleeve and plastic tips.
Yep. Very cool.
You have to be gentle.
Ooh, play gentle. Yeah, dude. Super gentle. I got to roll a cigarette. I'll be right back. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Okay. I'm trying to warm up my Rick Simpson oil. I'm still taking that.
Nice. Oh, you do? That's so beautiful. You take that? That's such a good thing to eat.
Well, I was afraid to try it for a long time, but I found a lump on me, and I don't want to go to the doctors. But my aunt had some amazing success with it. She has a really encouraging story. So I decided to take it as a preemptive measure before bothering with the pharma again. And it does make me a little bit silly once it kicks in. I was taking
Residual
it
effect.
like, what's that?
Residual effects.
Yeah, I was taking it before bed, so I didn't notice at first. And then the other day, I took it and I stayed up talking to Daniel, and I was like, oh my God. Once I realized how powerful it was. And I started adding it to like a daytime regimen, to take it twice a day. But I do the same thing. Like I'd get up and I take it, and then I just kind of naturally want to go take a nap around that time of day. So I wasn't able to tell how much of a psychoactive effect it had. Yeah, it makes me a little
Oh,
bit silly, just a bit.
I didn't have any psychoactive effects when I took RSO, and it helped me a lot. I only
Well,
did
you
like small doses in coffee because I put it in coffee and I put it in real hot coffees and it like melted. And then like I would add creamer to kind of stick to it, so mixed it in good and didn't like because it would like stick to my lips or something when I tried to drink it. So if you add creamer to it, it would be like I don't know, they would like stick together. Then it would go down good and it would like last for hours, but only a little bit, like the size of a grain of rice is like a little. That's what they say is enough,
That's
and
what
it
I'm
is.
taking twice a day now, is about the size of a grain of rice. And now it comes in like these, you can get pre-measured syringes of it from a lot of the places that carry it now. So, it's got a handy dandy dosage guide right on the side. But my aunt said for the best effect and the most efficient absorption to put it under her tongue. That's what she did. She was, I don't know, she had somebody taking care of her, like guiding her with how to use it and everything. But it supposedly cured what she had. I'm not going to get myself in too much trouble for saying it.
You're not the only person that's done. Like I've met someone that actually cured something in they had a tumor in their brain and that's what they used and it worked.
She had it in her colon and it worked.
Ooh.
The doctors didn't get it and they wanted to do all of those horrible, like chemo and radiation. And I'm not going to say, if people want to go that route, okay. But she watched what it did to her mother, my grandmother. And she decided she wasn't going to go that route. She was either going to try a natural method or just let nature run its course on the thing. And she was as shocked as anybody else when it worked.
I missed it. What did she use?
She used
Rick Simpson oil. RSO.
Sorry?
RSO. Cannabis oil.
Got it. Yep.
Yeah, I've been on it for, it feels like 2 months now, about 2 months.
If you don't want to smoke weed and you want all of the benefits of that plant, RSO is the way. Definitely.
For
That's
me,
what I
it
heard.
was too sticky to use it any kind of way. Like for me, CBD oil is much more useful and absorbable. For me, RSO is such a sticky, tarry mess. It's like what you clean out of a pipe, and that's not for me at all.
Oh yeah, like if you can manage it, it's good. If I understand that completely. At first, I was kind of taken off by it, like because it would I'd push some out, and then it would stop coming out. But then the string of stickiness from it, you have to you can make little bits of it on wax paper and then freeze it, and then that works too. I heard it was a good
I
tactic.
don't know. I tried putting it in hot liquids like coffee and tea. Man, the only way I could get those cups clean was to use Goo Gone, and it was like cleaning a pipe. It was a nasty experience to me.
Oh, I put it
Yeah,
right under my tongue. And they did warn me that even though it's the best way to get it fully into your system and absorb, most of it directly, it is nasty. It tastes like absolute garbage.
Right?
And even under the tongue, it takes a while to go away. And
See, that's why
I'm
I'm saying
afraid it's going to leave a
CBD is
stain on
like
the
a
back
light.
of my teeth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's bad. It's real sticky. But like CBD oil, I love it, man. Couple drops on the tongue, a hot cup of coffee or tea, and I'm out, dude. That's good.
Nice.
I wanted the most effective possible method, just in, it's just one of those fibrocystic things. I've always had growths like that, you know what I mean? But better safe than sorry, you know what I mean? As far as
I have them too. I don't really say that to a lot of people,
lump.
but yeah, I have them.
Supposedly, this whatever it is in the cannabis goes right after it and eats it up, destroys it.
I had a ruptured cyst on my tailbone. Actually, it was really embarrassing.
Oh yeah.
And I had to go to the doctor, and they had to cut it open.
Like abscess.
But then they were like, "You're gonna have to have surgery to have this part of your body removed," and I was like, "No." And then it went away. So praise God. So I don't exactly take their programs, because
I don't either.
They said if. They said something about if this comes back or something like that. And it did. It did kind of come back in a little bit because they only drained it. But it healed and went away. So it's like.
Thank
What am I
God.
supposed to freak out? Come on. No
Well, I think, and the
chance.
problem would be if it didn't come out. If it's coming out, that's what you need. You know what
Right?
I mean? Like, and we get all freaked out when stuff is coming out of our body, but we probably shouldn't be freaked out, even if it's weird stuff and it makes us uncomfortable because it's not supposed to be there. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
It's just about,
Yeah.
And your
if
skin
you
is
have
like
something,
filtering it out.
it's a matter of just like keeping yourself clean. And I mean, like, you know what I mean? If you have a wound, take care of it or something. Whatever it is, whatever your ailment is, and you have to give it time and patience and trust the healer to do his work because he will. I mean, he created us to heal. And, a lot of his miracles that Jesus did were like the people that came to him had faith, and that's how they got healed because they just came to him and believed. And like Jesus was like, your faith healed you. And then when he was criticized, he's like, what's easier to say? Your sins are forgiven or you're healed? Stuff like that. I mean, it's like you got to kind of have hope for something. I mean, you're not created to be a degenerate. I mean, yes, we age, but it's supposed to be with grace.
Graceful.
Yeah. We have like peace and like gifts from God that if we believe, it will bring health to our bones and our flesh and our whole body and our minds. It's just a matter of who you're going to listen to, I think. And it starts with your thoughts too, like the Michigander said.
Yeah, he's cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know if
told you would dig him. He's got the coolest setup out there in the woods. I mean, it's a little intimidating. It was for me, but I was like, that's it. You know what I mean? I know
Yeah.
when I'm in the right place and I'm okay, and I got a good vibe off Daniel, And we had some of these similar experiences that were kind of supernatural in
yes.
the way they presented themselves to us, and it was, I was like, no, I'm not gonna keep being afraid to talk to people about this stuff. I need to talk to the people who have been there.
Right.
And he's got a dope setup out there. Well, I mean, if you like roughing it, it was a little rough, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I
But
do.
very fun.
Very cool. Yeah. I hope I get to know him better. He seems very talented on guitar too. That's freaking awesome, man.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
need to pool our talents, get something out of it.
See, like, more regional get-togethers and stuff would be probably amazingly cool. Like in the Michigan Great Lakes area, we've got a lot of people from here. I don't know. There's already a lot of paranormal conventions and stuff like that, but there could be other things going on here. Something counter to the mainstream culture,
I think we're going to
but
meet more
not
and more people
subversive.
over time, Jen. We're kind of in the middle of Michigan. There are a lot of people around us. They're starting to see that we're coming together. I just feel like we're going to meet more people relatively soon. Like John Keeley, his son lives like 2 miles from here, and he's coming up here to visit his son, so I'll probably get to meet John soon.
I'm not familiar with John Keeley yet.
He's good.
Yeah.
You should meet him.
Good
I think
people,
you
man.
should.
We're like separating the cream. The cream is floating to the top. I notice like less and less trolls in chats now. Like we've weeded them out. We've given them no quarter, no audience any longer. So they're dying on the vine like we said they would. If you turn your back on these people, these deceivers, they have no ammunition. They're the whole thing that's going on with like influencers, hiring people to be influencers. What kind of sick world is that? You know what I mean? If you strive to be an influencer, you've already mentally sold out. You're going to try to lead people. You're trying to mislead people because you're not leading them to truth. You're leading them to something else. I'm sick of
Propaganda rules
influencers,
society.
right? Without any influence, they have no power at all. So they're just dying on the vine, you know, wheat and the tares, they're going to burn.
Mm. Well, the chaff's going to burn off the wheat, I think, and then
That's the chaff and the tares, same thing. The weeds and the leftovers all get burned.
yeah. But I don't think we're going to suffer the fire, like the fiery fire of the fiery death or whatever hell. You know, I don't think we are gonna. Honestly,
I don't
I
think it
think
goes down that way either. I really don't. I
I
mean,
think there's.
it's probably in my. I only think so. I have no proof like anybody else. I think it's just maybe a more painful cycle next time. You know what I mean? If we do continue and we go someplace, just more stuff they have to learn. I don't know. That's my hope, and I'm keeping it.
I don't think we're going anywhere. Like people lie when they say. When I hear preachers talking about going to heaven, nobody's going to heaven. The Bible says that the dead are going to be
Wow.
resurrected.
Check
The
this
dead,
out.
yeah.
Check this out. I've typed in burn the tares in chat and it came back and it said that comment failed to post.
Really?
I tried to put a lot of comments in too, and I didn't even see in my comments in the chat.
It says
Okay,
this
just for the
comment
record,
failed
I
to
have no
post
filters.
to Matrix break, and then I tried it again, thinking, okay, so maybe just the comment got stalled. So I put the same thing in, it blocked it again, dude. Try it. Somebody else try putting that in there. Put burn the tares in chat. Anybody, see if you can get it to show up. That's funny, dude. They're blocking the whole like they're recognizing sentences now.
Here, I'll try it. See, I'm the host. It let me do it. Did I
Burn
spell
the
it wrong or
see.
change something?
Wow, dude, they won't let me put it in. Try somebody who's not a host. Try that. That's funny, dude. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Andy, but wow.
Well, I've encountered that before where I've had like text blocked in a chat before it would post. And
Yeah, I've
I
seen that.
assumed it was some setting that the channel owner had. And then it, I didn't even know that that was not always the case for a long time. But that's another one of those things that causes division with us. Like, how many times do you feel like, did somebody just swap me down? Because we see that, mods can remove comments and stuff like that, but some stuff just won't even post. And you feel like you have something to add to a conversation and you're just unable.
So I didn't capitalize it and it let it go through. So wow. That's crazy.
The AI might be a stickler for certain little things like that.
Yep. I saw it block somebody because they put like dots and dashes, like a whole string of dots and dashes, and AI was trying to decode if it was Morse code before it would show anybody. It was crazy. Like AI got all confused, like, oh God, they're trying to communicate backstage. Oh my God. Blocked it.
It does that a lot if people use too many emoji codes, to get an idea across on some pages. It will automatically block them.
I got to try that. Dots and
dashes. For the longest time, it was my assumption that it was something the channel owners were doing, and it might be totally the algorithms because, yeah, it can't pick up on that as easily, maybe. But I would think the algorithm would know.
They see everything now, man. All-seeing eye.
But they can only see the surface value of everything and what they hear. They don't know what's in your innermost thoughts.
Wow.
They can hear your footsteps. They can track your type. They may be able to track your face and your eye and everything else. But you think really that an AI bot or some kind of spiritual demon in the computer realm can actually read the thoughts of your heart?
Yeah, no. Dude, sometimes we have examples.
I think there are examples of where they're able to get through and capture, stray thoughts and stuff like that. Because how many of us can say that we've been thinking about going to purchase something and there it is in your news feed, 20 options for it delivered to your front door.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
As soon as you pick up the phone or turn on your PC or whatever, all of a sudden you're just inundated with ads and stuff based
Or
on
even like
something you did not speak.
I'll meet somebody and I'll find out their name is Ashley, and I'm just kind of thinking about them the next day. Like, we had a nice meeting, nice encounter. It was a good first meet. I hope they become my friend. All of that, right? And all of a sudden on my phone, the only ads I see on my phone are from Ashley Home Furnishings. Like, they're just putting the name up any way they can, dude. And then
They're
Right?
sniping us. That's
it'll
all. They're
happen like
sniping.
that for a month. That'll be the dominant ad. It's insane, dude.
I do have a lot of those experiences myself where it's like I can tell that they are trying to direct and, program and control me in that way, or they want me to know that they are watching me.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't know which it is. I think they
Yeah,
want
it's
us
like
to know.
na, we can see what you're doing, Or how many of us have thoughts like every day we have the same thoughts, and every time we do, we chastise ourselves like, I don't want to spend any time thinking about that. I don't even think that way. Why am I even having this thought? Are they really
Right?
your thoughts, or are they being pushed on you like in a repetitive thing so that like eventually if you have a moment of weakness, maybe you'll break down, maybe you'll fall for the trap. You know what I mean? Like, okay, all right, I'll have that drink or I'll do that thing or whatever, whatever it is.
I feel like that's a real thing. Like
I
the
think
push, push, push,
everybody
push,
has
push.
that. It's just that we don't want to talk about that because we feel like we're being manipulated and we don't like even the thought of that. But we have to talk about these things.
You
Hmm.
are
Yeah.
100% right on that. It's humiliating
Right. You
to a
don't even want
degree,
to
and
bring it
that's
up.
what bugs me because nobody wants to believe that they are able to be pushed. But I think that
Exactly.
we are proof. Our all the weird stuff that's gone on in the last couple of years, I think to me is proof. And
So
yeah,
the
like
thought that the
they're
thought that
thumbing their nose at us.
we're all suffering the same affliction, but we're all too embarrassed to talk about it. Well, we're never going to get better like that.
Well,
Yes,
I'll tell you what it is.
that's what I'm saying.
AI has infected our lives so much that there's not anyone able to have a close friendship or relationship with another human being at all. Like, it's all so programmed. If you're honest, you might agree with that.
Yeah, dude.
Yep, it's poisoned. Everything's what's the word for it?
Toxic.
Inverted,
Yeah, corrupted. Everything's corrupted.
corrupt.
Corrupted.
Yeah, good word
Even
too.
pure things, like there's still things that are pure, like your hearts. But who are you with? We're all here in our cells, connected to a computer.
And at the root of it, for me, whenever I break things down and I go back to the very most foundational, what's the most destructive thing here? It always leads back to chemistry, dude. Chemicals,
Yep.
alchemy. The the
Yep.
the whole idea of chemistry is like the bane of mankind. To the
We're
point
to the
where like
point now where the love of most has grown cold.
there you go, dude.
Nat-
Wax
Natural
wax
affection,
wax
natural
cold.
affection's gone. Natural
Yeah.
affection's gone, even if you want it.
It's hurtful, man.
I mean, it's hard to just like hug your brother anymore. Like, there's some emotional weirdness now with everything.
Yeah, that's right.
You know why? Because everybody thinks everyone's a Chekan. That's a word in Japan. You know what Chekan is? It's the group think. Like, watch
Yeah.
out for that guy who's gonna touch you inappropriately because you're in a crowd.
Hive
Like,
mind.
everybody's suspect
Bored.
now. It's got us torn against each other, or we're gonna be in the group think.
Well,
So
I'm
which is
glad no
worse?
matter what happens, I have hugged both of you.
Yeah.
Yep.
I wish I
We're
would have
real
hugged you, Jenny.
people.
You know
I
what?
didn't hug
It's
you.
no, it's
Huh?
maybe you did. I don't know. You know what? I'm so emotionally damaged with society. It's like taboo to touch a woman anymore, especially if you're claiming to be a Christian. You know what I mean? It's like it's such a freaking catastrophe walking on eggshells around everybody now. Even if you don't care, if you just want to be a good friend, it's like, well, the weirdness of society is like
Yeah,
such an iceberg.
it's even worse than that, Randy. Like in a situation where you're single and you want to be able to approach women and find out if one might be interested. Just the process of that, asking someone if they are interested, is so offensive to others. How like you gotta identify me first or assume that I have pronouns or whatever before we can even speak. Forget all of that nonsense.
Oh
You are
man,
what
all
you
that
are.
shit's out the window for
It's
me.
all out the
You,
window, dude.
you, you know how I look at it? Like you either are or you aren't, and it's like you said, you got to take a risk or take some chances. It's like,
Yeah, yeah, dude.
I mean, really?
It's a big one for me to even like allow people to touch me.
Right?
I
It's
always
only
had
an
issues.
inch. It's only an
And
inch,
then,
but our perspective is like 10 miles. It's like a mile. It's
Yeah.
only an inch to the next person. And we've put up so
right,
much space between everyone.
I come from a background of abuse though, so I like always had kind of a bit of an aversion to physical contact with people, like, and then
Yeah.
every time throughout my life when I'd get better and I'd start like, trying to make new relationships, like after my divorce and stuff, it kept getting, there's just so many like bad people, you know what I mean, that once you get close to them, you get re-traumatized, and then the world put that pandemic on us, and for me, it made me more emotionally retarded than I was before, personally, because then I went, months sometimes on end with no physical contact with another human being, and I know other people
Yeah.
went through that too. So there was like a whole new level of social anxiety trying to come out of that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what my mom taught me about physical contact, like with babies? If you don't touch your baby when it's a baby, it'll die.
I
Like,
believe that is true, and I think that was part of the reason that things have been unfolding like they have been for the last couple of years, because I felt it very deeply. I had gone from an environment of having a daughter and a husband and two pets to having no one and no pets and no thing. And the boyfriend that I was with was not at all affectionate. Like, no, like, it wasn't like huggy or anything like
so-
that or anything. It was very
same.
weird. And
I
then
went through 11 years in a relationship where there was no affection from the other.
That's cold, man.
It was so brutal.
it was very weird because like even when my ex-husband and I were on the outs and not getting along that well, we still hugged. We still like sat near each other. There was, like comfortable presence of another
Yeah.
human, and they kind of,
No
but I didn't
discomfort.
know
Yeah.
how to have that with just like lots of new people or anything. I only allowed certain people in, and then they gave me a pandemic that made me super super bad at it. I was like, great.
I think that people get sort of a recharge, like an undescribable recharge when you bring two hearts together. Like you have an electrical field around you, a toroidal field generated from your heart. And for me, like
Oh,
the
I
more
could tell.
empathic you are, the stronger that is. Like so most people have like a 6 or a 10-foot bubble that can be pressed way out, man, like 30, 40 feet. But when you bring two hearts together, when you're hugging, like you can't get your hearts any closer than that together, both of you get a recharge. It's not vampiric like one person charging from the other. You both get a charge from that.
Hmm.
Yeah. And it's not completely gone. Like, there are remnants of, like pockets of survival, they say. Like, there are some people that I've witnessed that have that kind of love. And it's really few and far between, but it's like a profound mystery.
Yeah, well, I definitely noticed the difference. You know what I mean? That a lack of human contact makes on your psyche.
Yeah, it
Um,
does.
there was a point at which in our childhoods we all noticed that something snapped in my mom and she stopped. There was no more love. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Any physical contact that we got from her was pain. There wasn't hugs and love
right.
anymore, and it shifted the way that we behaved. You know.
Reminds me
Yep.
of how alligators are. A mother alligator will really tenderly pick her little babies up in her mouth. And the babies are comfortable being there, no problem, then transfer them somewhere else and let them go or whatever. Yeah, as soon as that mother like loses that instinct and that love and that little protective thing or whatever, they be lunch. There's just a little time window where she'll take care of them, and then if she sees them again, there's no identifying, hey, that's my child and I'm not going to eat it. It's like, no, it moved, I'm eating it, period.
You think my mom was part lizard?
No, but whatever we call demons, the things that possess people, right, take control of them, take many forms. We think of them as shapeshifters, parasites, vampiric, reptilian. They're like non-emotional, whatever they are. They don't
They're like
have any
entities.
love, but they do have the opposite. They have a passion for hate. They absolutely hate us.
I mean, there's a lot of people too that have like done wrong to so frequently that they're hardened. Like it's like a callus over their. They don't have empathy. They don't have thought. Like for me, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but like I have maybe it's like something wrong with me. But like when I ever see another person, I feel like subordinate to them. Like, oh, I respect them. You know, what I have to like think about what not to offend them. You know, try to please. Like I'm not even a people pleaser because I don't think I please anyone. But like I tried. I'm like overly respectful sometimes, and I think it's like a flaw. Definitely a social flaw.
Well, only if
Well,
you look at
sometimes
But
it gets taken
from
advantage
a
of.
social definition, Andy, right? From what they want you to think, but like there couldn't be anything more pure than that, right? Love your brother as yourself, right? Looking at it from his point of view isn't quite the same as walking a mile in his shoes, but you're considering that only he can move those shoes. You know what I mean? Like
right, like
I
you
like that level of respect, and it's probably best to give people that up front and then take it away if it doesn't, if they don't deserve it or whatever. But it gets harder and harder to give that sort of love gracefully up front and hope that it's either returned or not misidentified and taken advantage of. Those sorts of things, like mistaking kindness for weakness, is the biggest example of that, right?
it's my biggest weakness, and
But it's
I'm
not a it's no, but it's not a weakness. I'm telling you, you're doing right biblically, but it doesn't fit with society. It's the measuring stick that changed.
well. Like
And they
think
take
about it like
advantage
this, like
of kind-hearted people.
like the
Exactly.
golden rule. Like if I want to be treated the way like if I'm gonna treat someone the way I want to be treated, they will probably like I have such anxiety like I end up not doing that. It's like I'm gonna go into their bubble and it might not work out the way I hope it to. So it's like so I don't treat people the way I want to be treated. I treat them like e- extra. It's like extra respect that shouldn't be. Like you know what I mean? It's almost like a complex.
Like it gives you extra anxiety or makes you a little bit extra timid.
Yeah, like I'm
'Cause that's what
stunted.
I feel like it is with me. Like I feel emotionally stunted and a bit extra timid because I feel like I've been, kind of taken advantage of when I've been trying to be nice, and then maybe it came across as people pleasing or something. And then we've got so many labels now where they call us all autistic if maybe we just operate a little bit. You know what I mean? And sometimes
Yeah.
Yeah,
that is a bit of naive innocence in us
yeah.
that gets
Best
us
not
into
to
trouble
take any of
sometimes.
their labels.
Yeah, I don't want their labels anymore.
No, I don't want any of them.
No, we're all weird, man. Just
Yeah.
it's gonna
Yep.
be okay.
Yep.
Peculiar.
I'm identifying with
Peculiar
my weirdness.
people. I like my weirdness, and
I bring my
But
all you
weirdness
can feel
everywhere I
bad about.
go, just in case.
the way they label personalities as like a disorder or something like that isn't right. I definitely agree because uh, it's just another form of suppression and another form of entrapment and slavery, and it's actually like idolatry in a way because if you're going to depend on another person for the rest of your life to heal you, well, you're not really healing, and if you keep having to go and see and pay to get medicine and this and that constantly over and over again, it's like are they say that they're practicing healing, right? Doctors, but
Yeah, yeah, they're not.
they're not. Because
No,
God does the healing. They're just like it's like fakery. It really is.
Doctor, they're just good enough to get you to the docks. They're not. They're just trying to keep you alive so that you can pay to be here. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. You know.
Yeah,
right.
No,
but
there's
like
no
there's
other. There's
sometimes
no other creature on this earth that swims, walks, or flies that like is subservient like we are. The smart ones, the upright, two-legged ones. We're the ones that pay for everything. You can't charge a bird to fly and tell it needs a permit and a license plate. You can't
I mean it's even worse
you
than that
can't give
because
it
like
you can't give a cat a ticket for jaywalking. It won't care. Just like I don't care. Give me the ticket. I don't care. I'm not paying it.
here's here's the problem. There's people that don't have homes and they are living out on the street and they are charged with crimes for being homeless when there's birds that make a fucking nest up on a electric pole and then they won't remove it and they'll protect it and they'll all hail nature because oh you got to protect this bird's nest because that's an eagle or whatever. It's like come on, or whatever the case is. It's like people treat animals better than people, and like even make laws over it. It's so ridiculous. It's so flip flopped.
It is flip-flopped because like I love the animals too and I respect them, but hey, what if I'm also here and I also should get to breathe the air and drink the water and plop myself down someplace without having to pay somebody because
That's
this
right.
earth was put here for all of us.
Well,
There's no
even
such thing as
logical
a nature
questions like
preserve if you can't live there.
for people that live in the United States, we have so much of the best land. So the first thing they did is they sent out scouts to find out where all the prime territory in this country was. And guess what they did? They made them all national parks and protected them. With our money, they seized all of the land in the national parks. Now you have to pay to go visit. You can't stay. You can't have a campfire. You can't fish. You can't hunt in all the prime lands in this country. And then when you go
Hmm.
to the foundation of that, who owns the national park? And who could but the people? So why can't you use the land? Why can't you use the best part of this land in the way that it was meant to be used? If
You
you go
can.
into
It just
some of our national parks, if I dropped you in the middle of some of our national parks, you'd think you were in Eden.
yeah.
But you can't go there and build a cabin. You can't go there and fish. You can't go there and plant tomatoes. You have to pay to
Right.
set up a tent, your own equipment. You have to pay to go there to set up a tent. You have to pay for a license. You have to pay for a permit, the parking permit.
Yeah.
You got to have a sticker in your windshield. All this extra stuff, man. And then, like, you take somebody like me, I was an avid hunter, right? And it was probably because I liked the communion with nature more than I liked killing the animals. But I did harvest the animals that I was after. The hunting was a wonderful experience. But if you look at like how society looks at that, I'm terrible for, oh, you're an animal killer, right? And you're just trying to get cheap meat. Cheap meat. Listen, by the time I put
Oh
gas in
no.
my car, I bought a car, I put tires on it, I had to pay for the oil changes, the license plate, the maintenance, the wear and tear, the insurance, and then I have to have a driver's license and a hunting license and the weapons and the cold weather gear and the game calls and the dog and all, the dog has to have a license too. By the time I get done, that 1 pound of squirrel meat cost me $500.
Right? I thought about that before too. Like hunting is actually a pretty expensive endeavor for most people. And, it ends up, it's more of a bonding investment, you know what I mean, than to get cheap meat.
Oh, and you try to get a
It's
out of
expensive.
state hunting license. If you're in a state, your hunting license is $30. If you're in a different state, it's $400. So I can get a
Yeah, this
license. I
isn't.
can get a license to hunt deer here in Michigan for $25. But if I
What if
want to
you
go to
would have just
if I want to go to Wyoming and hunt deer, where there are more deer and less people, and it's a better place to hunt, now I got to pay to travel to Wyoming, and the license there is $500. By the time I
hey, you know
go,
what?
Well, I heard
I'm
that
all
we
for
can
doing
even.
it.
go ahead,
Sorry,
Jen.
I
go
would
ahead,
just
Andrew.
say, hey, you know what? If you don't want to pay all the fines and legal nonsense, don't do it. Just don't get caught. I mean, it's like a
Well,
risk,
that's
but
the
yeah,
trick.
I mean, if you have
Is
this,
don't get caught. Because, like, they
I mean,
said that we
we're
even
past
have to
the.
keep an
We're,
eye out for DNR at my aunt's on her private land. That they
Well,
will
yeah,
listen to
come
this,
right into
Jennifer.
their yards up there.
Jennifer, if you dug a pond in your backyard and you paid to put trout in that pond, and it's on your private property, do you think you can fish for your own rainbow trout in your pond on your property, or do you need a license for that?
I'll bet you need a license. I won't be at all surprised if you say yes.
You do need a license to hunt or to fish for your own fish in your own pond that you stocked, fed, transported, cared for, whatever you had to do. Yep.
Yeah, nothing about that makes sense.
If you throw a hook in your own pond, even if you don't catch a fish, you're in violation
What
because
a
it's
bunch
an
of bull
attempt.
honkery.
but what are they going to do about it?
They're going to
They
fine you.
can.
They're going to make everything the only thing they can do in this system, it's all driven by currency, the flow of currency. So they always want your currency because that always comes back to your investment of energy
Yep,
to earn the
the
currency.
energy harvest of it
So
all
yeah,
keeps us
it's
all so
vampiric.
disconnected.
It's a
I,
loose
I,
driven system.
I mean, I got a driver's license only because I could. There's like certain few things that are like privileges. Yeah, it's kind of borderline because there's a lot of dangers involved with that too. Same with guns. Like, I mean, yeah, we have rights, and I think it's good to drive and be able to have guns and stuff. But there's also criminals that are going to do stupid shit. But
Well,
being paying for a license to catch a fish in your own pond is fucking so retarded. No
Yeah,
chance. I
dude.
would have to say no. I mean, if you don't go trying to be official about anything, no one's even going to notice if you have a pond and you catch your own fish.
I'm just telling you by the law you're breaking the law if you fish for your own fish. That's what I'm telling you.
well, see
That's
right
what I
there
mean.
too. It's
It's
more fear-driven programming and fear-driven conditioning, like freaking cattle and dogs. Because
yeah.
why do we even bother to tell them? Why do we bother to pay? It's because we're afraid they're going to lock us up.
Well, let's talk
Welcome,
about
It's
this then.
convenient.
Sean.
Let's bring this up
Hi.
just real quick. So they've polluted all our
Welcome,
water.
Sean.
Everybody knows
I
they've been polluting our water with fluoride and all kinds of other chemicals for so long. It's ridiculous, right? We already know that they've been going after that, right? So they come along now and they say, okay, if you have a well, I don't care if you dug it yourself or you had it dug, if you have a functional well on your property, you have to report it. Well, now we're in a situation because I'm asking the question, would you report a well that you drilled yourself that they otherwise wouldn't know about? Because they're going to say, you've had an opportunity to report it. We told you if you didn't report it by April 4th, that there was going to be fines involved and ongoing. So it's a $10,000 fine up front and $1,000 a day until you cap it off or give them control of it or whatever. So you at the very first step, everybody's going to feel isolated. Like, oh, I have to report that I have a well. I didn't want anybody to know about that well. I drilled it myself in the dark, so nobody would know about it. But now, if they find it, I can't afford the fine. So they're going to rat themselves out, right? 90% of people are going to fold and say, well, I don't want to have to do it, but I can't afford the fine. So I'm going to tell them
Yep.
where my well is. It was secret before. Well, now when things go really bad, they're gonna cap them or poison them all.
Yeah, I worry about that.
So what do we do with that? Do we not report it? How do we come together? Because everybody is going to face this like they're facing it alone, but they're not. Everybody's facing the same nonsense. What do we do about them saying that we have to kill 400,000 chickens? We're going to burn them in a furnace because a couple of them have avian flu. Well, have you proven that they have a virus? Have you proven that a virus is real? Can we start there? How about we isolate the sick chickens and put the other ones in quarantine and keep the ones that recover? How about we try to save 90% of the chickens instead of just wiping them all out? Because what are we going to do to the price of eggs, and where is the next batch of chickens coming from? Like, are you going to destroy them until there are no eggs to hatch more chickens? How far are you going to go with that?
Can I put in my 2 cents? I don't know what the topic is, but it sounds like what I'm going to say regards to it. Just yesterday, I confirmed that you don't need a license to mail bugs, but you need a permit. And the permit is a PPQ 526, I think. It's free. Um,
Your sound is coming through like robotic, Sean.
Hello? Check.
We had you back for a second. Go ahead.
With 8 worker bees and more. So it's literally illegal to mail like a dozen bees.
What it is?
Yeah.
So can you mail like 8 of them?
Yeah, one queen.
Oh, we lost him. Shoot.
Oh,
Well, he must have been having a bad signal to begin with because I was getting like choppy speech. It
he'll
wasn't
probably
coming
pop back
through.
in.
I hope
Yeah.
so. Definitely try to call back if you're able, Sean. It's the first time we have spoken. Yay, another first. I don't think we've ever been on at the same time on London's channel. He goes to London McLovin's channel. If you guys don't know Sean already.
Yeah. Hi, Sean, if you're listening. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Oh, you do. Well, I know you would know Miss Sean, Mr. Super, but I didn't know if I had ever seen Andy and Sean in the same chat.
Yeah, we've all
I
been
think
on race.
There he
we've all
is.
been
He's back.
channel.
Hello.
Hello,
I'm at,
welcome back.
hi, can you hear me? I'm at the park next door. I walked down to meet a friend. That's why it's dark. There's a national park right next door. You guys are talking about national parks.
Yeah.
I'm very aware of my surroundings. Lately because I used to live in Salem, and now I live in West Salem, and they're two totally different worlds, in a sense, in my opinion. But you guys were talking about, oh yeah, the bees and the limits of animals through the mail. Like I'm sure that, I don't know. It was like if flies shit sugar, we'd have to get a permit to mail flies, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Sorry, I used the word bad word, but
Is there a limit on
that
milling
was.
flies?
I listened to your guys' stuff, and that's what came to like. I had to come up. I had to just, I guess, voice my I don't know, not concern, but just what would you call it? To where I to feel anything about it, good or bad, is kind of not really. It's not, It's just to where maybe we just need to make bigger honeybees, like just like the size of just gigantic. I don't know. It's just something that I think being aware of that you have to have a permit to mail bugs, insects, and mainly the focus of why you can do that is because they're they're predators for invasive species like scorpions, um, like basically anything that will that will predate on something. Um,
Well, that makes
so
some
that,
sense to regulate that,
yeah. But then what about the honeybees? Why did what's it's because I don't know. I have my opinion. Like I said,
Oh, I would
it
think they'd
flies.
want to keep a lid on the honeybees because we need
Yeah,
them so badly.
yes, yes.
We
I
need
can
them
totally picture.
everywhere.
I picture the a dune suit because there's like things called nooks, like little tiny beehives, and I go, well, why don't you have like a dune suit that is like a beehive? Because I grew ants in a test tube for years. It's amazing how they could just live off sugar, sugar water for years. And I just kind of theorized that. So I didn't get a chance to do honeybees, but I tested out yellow jackets, and it worked. I mean, they're just kind of self-contained, like picture like a 20-foot, straw or like a tube that's just enlaced through the outfit. And bees, I'm sure, would keep you warm, and they would produce the honey and be self-contained. And I don't know, it was just something that bounced in my head, and I'm glad that I could share this with you because I've never said it out loud before.
You'd have to keep your aura and your vibes really good so that they didn't ever sting you. But really, that's a doable thing. Like I can walk through bees, and if I'm feeling good, they don't bother me at all.
Right.
And I was trying to like teach my nieces and nephews how to do it, and I was like, it's really just a matter of you being calm because honeybees they don't care about you at all. They only get angry and bother you if you bother them. They'll even let you take their honey. You know what I mean? Like they're so chill. But
Same with
Yeah.
all the
spiders.
other, yeah, pretty much. Let them do their thing. Give them some space.
Um, what would you choose to eat, bugs or worms first?
Neither.
Can
Neither.
I skip it? I'm just, I'll eat
So,
the
'cause I
damn
want to know
fly.
why. I just want to know why.
Bugs is a different variety.
Because
Me personally, I would do
we're not supposed to
worms.
eat those creepy crawly things.
No, personally, I would do worms before bugs because the shells of bugs, it's basically like plastic. Like
Yep.
and so and then
But a bug is a decomposer. Like a worm is one of our biggest decomposers. So they literally feed off the dead. And if you are what you eat, and the decomposer's job is to eat dead things, we
you
should be
know when I was
not.
eating when I was I'll eat a worm. I ate one, and all I could think of was like they're gonna eat me. I'm just paying it forward. Right, so I would be, I'm willing to be eaten by worms, so I
Uh,
guess I was willing to eat a worm, and that's what I had to tell myself. It wasn't like, oh, they're gross. It's like, can I morally? It's like, yeah, I instantly go, yeah, they wouldn't question eating me, and I would be like, have at it. But yeah, see, a lot of us don't get eaten by worms. That's weird,
I
right? We
don't
don't
know.
even
They
get the chance.
technically, Sean, they say that lobsters are bugs. They're just really large, and I do like lobster. So I guess if I really had to get ugly, I'd eat lobster. So that's bug.
Wow, you mean like if we get a
Oh yeah.
spider, they'll be like,
If you get a spider big enough, you got
Well,
spider legs instead of crab legs.
it's probably like crab or something. I would bet. I mean, have you ever seen those meaty crabs, man, down in
Yeah.
Yeah.
Florida? Those blue-shelled crabs. Looks
Yeah.
just like those orb weaver spiders. A blue crab looks just like an orb weaver.
Yep.
So, like, while I don't do it anymore because it's not necessary for me in times of hardship, if I was forced to, I might slay a giant spider that was threatening me and then share it with my people, but only if it was necessary.
Hi, Voy. Oh, what's up, Alex?
We got the crew. Thanks for coming.
Bye,
to the
Sean's
show.
friends.
Oh,
Yeah.
Alex is back.
Oh, says hi.
Bye bye.
It's a buddy of mine. I'm trying to get him on here to where he's boots on the ground too.
Nice.
I did a
Will's
boots on the ground
yeah.
today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I put up a video of my prison sidewalk, like I did one 2 years ago. Showed the prison sidewalk, and then I showed how they tore them out and then filled in the tunnels. And now, then the video I showed now is them putting in putting in it's weird to where they have it's all purple, right? Well, they put just one purple glass, and all the other glass is clear. And it kind of
Really?
shows to where when they put in something new, there has to be a small percentage, tiny percentage of the old incorporated with it. And I've been documenting the new build a little bit of the old brick. They'll put in a new brick, but the new brick is the gold, right? I had to explain myself today how, why I was so upset, or how I was so I guess the word, however you excited or whatever. It's just to where I researched it years ago and tried to find the history from the library. I interviewed people who toured undergrounds and all the stuff, and I was kind of getting conflicts and stuff. And then I watched them change history, watched them move the glass, fill in the tunnels, put the glass in a different place. So if I was to come there today and start my research, it would just be like somehow I had questions before. It's like, wait a minute, I just saw the whole process of everything, and it's like, and now if I go in there, I'll go into bookstores and just play dumb. Like, do you know what prison sidewalks are? And this and that. There's a bookstore that has them in their store, and they don't have a book about them. See, Dave, can you believe that? I mean, I guess I literally troll them. I troll that bookstore. I'll go in there like, hey, you got any prison sidewalk books? And then, I haven't. Come here. Let me show you something. And take them outside their own store and go, have you ever seen these? You know what these are? You have any books about things? Sorry.
Man, somebody's motorcycle's ripping your microphone.
It's Dave's. Yeah, he left. He helps me with.
Uh-oh. We lost Sean again. Sean's a ray of sunshine. Super nicest dude ever.
Yeah. Always cool.
Well, I'm overly appreciative that you guys are. You even had me on the show, John. Thank you.
Yeah, very cool.
Well, thank you. Oh, and we got Sean back. Let's see. He must have just lost service.
Nice.
Hello.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
There must be a really dead spot right where in between the park and my place where it shuts off.
It's better now.
Mm-hmm.
It was getting pretty bad.
Phone. And that's a national park. For some reason, there's no Wi-Fi at the national park.
Yeah.
I guess that's a good thing. It's a good thing, right?
Because the Bigfoots would use it.
Well, across the street, they trim the trees, and guess what's behind the trees? About a par 2, it's a tower. They had a tower hiding there. It's like, ooh.
What, really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I don't want to conjecture, but yeah, I can almost hit it with a golf ball. Someday I will. I keep trying. I got to do it off the roof. So that's kind of how, I don't wreck the government or, complain about it. Just set up a tee and 4. They're going to find a bunch of golf balls at the bottom of it, base.
Okay.
So does anybody know about star forts?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll look at that.
actually, um, I was telling some people before, like when I started hearing about star forts and all that kind of stuff, I decided that I was going to go look around and see if there really were any that I had never noticed before near like national landmarks or parks or anything like that. And my boyfriend at the time and I went up and did the whole 45th parallel looking for anomalies and weird stuff. And Fort Michilimackinac, which is actually in the main peninsula. It's not Fort Mackinac on the island, but Michilimackinac. Um, Definitely, it's super small. The whole place is really small, so I don't even know if you could find it on Google Earth. But there's definite elevation in the ground around it that is totally in that classic star fort pattern. And it's like it just
Nice.
barely got covered over with a couple of years worth of dirt, but it's clearly there. Like they could not disguise it. And they've even got some of those things like where they show you excavations under the fort, and it shows that there were sublevels there at one point. You know what I mean?
You east? Are you East Coast or West Coast?
I'm
West.
Michigan, and so is David.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question because I don't know where that's at. Michigan is in the middle.
Midwest. Well, they say it's a Midwestern state, but it's really closer to the East Coast. I
It's
mean,
on the
it's the
right
Great
side
Lakes.
of Lake Michigan. Is Michigan? Lake Michigan,
Mm.
Michigan. You know the big.
It's the Big
It's the
Mitten.
big oven on the map.
Okay, I'm in the Pacific Northwest. I have a theory that like right now where I'm standing is in the middle of a star fort. I think West
Nice.
Salem is a giant star fort. Where that
Did
going that
y'all
direction,
ever see?
like that
Uh,
direction is a point, and then that direction is another point, and the Willamette River goes along this side of the star, and the
Yep.
altitude is 100 feet that way, but on the other side of the star, like to the left of it, is 1,000 feet. So the mud came from the ocean and it covered up half of the star, and the right side of the star compiles the river, the left side of the star compiles of streams and springs that make up the other points. But I've been actually making a topographical painting showing the altitude because I drive, I could see 7 mountains on a good day. And I have like a view conspiracy because I can't see the mountains unless like little peaks when a tree dies or something. I could see it. And I've been asking people going, when's the last time you seen a mountain? When's Mount St. Helens or ever, whatever. And they're like, huh? And I'll carry around, I used to carry around a postcard like Oregon and it shows us the mountains, and I go, when's the last time you seen these mountains? They're like, oh, no, no. It's like, yeah, it's weird how they plant these trees. Like these trees, I thought they looked kind of weird. Like, why are they so perfect? Is it a tree farm? I thought it was a tree farm. I thought there was trees up there. It's not. It's just a wall of trees to cover up that tower. And I just was.
that's what we were talking about earlier, Sean.
Oh yeah.
Because like I have seen over the last couple of years a lot of footage that totally looks like they planted stuff right over the top of old pyramids and whatnot, so that
Yep.
it would look like it was, just part of the landscape. But there's a damn pyramid out there in places we were supposed to never have had any kind of civilization or whatever, and it's on all these protected areas and stuff.
They do that here when they have trees, like there'll be big trees from 200 years ago, before there was cars. And I've asked, and they say, well, they block the view so people aren't distracted. And I'm like, wait a minute, those trees are like before cars were here. And and so like, okay, that's fine. But then it's like when a tree dies, guess what? They'll put a building, or they'll put like so perfect. It's like if it wasn't a 3-story building, it wouldn't work. Like there's one place where you can see the peak of the mountain just for a second, and if you take one step over, the peak of the house matches the mountain peak. It's like it's amazing, And it just so happens to be like, I noticed these power boxes. Whenever you see a power box, stop and look around, because I noticed that the power box is going down. I can stand on the power boxes and go, I can see the mountains. I can see that one and that one. So every time I see like a power box, I'll get on it and stand and go, okay, what is it that within eyesight that, and I stand on this one and I go, okay, there's a tower there. And I bet you, see, I could almost see the mountains. I could see all those mountains over there, but there's a couple trees in the way that I can't see. And so when you think about it, like, when you say like, why would they do that? We all kind of know why. It's basically because they can, I mean, they can
Yeah.
plant trees. They can plant trees 200 years in advance because they know they're going to put sidewalks next to it, and then they know, after 200 years they'll be able to charge the homeowner because the roots will tear up the sidewalk, and I think that there's a way that we could profit from it, because I mean, it might be like working for Walmart and working for Disney, but in a sense to where you'd have the sense of, well, yeah, I repair sidewalks, I repair sidewalks, and it's like there's no competition. Like I've looked at places to where, like sidewalk repair, I found out that the homeowner is responsible for the sidewalk. So I found out that people were hassling other people or something. They were saying they're hassling something that wasn't happening, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute, it's your responsibility, like to where, like to safeguard yourself. If your sidewalk is messed up in the front of your house, you paint it. Paint. Have you ever seen on a sidewalk it has like white paint on it, like a white paint where it has an edge or something? That's a liability.
Oh
That's to
no, the
protect themselves.
sidewalks here have graffiti.
Oh, okay. Do you have good sidewalks as far as?
Well, in my little town, yeah, we have very nice sidewalks. But if you go into Flint, oh, they don't do anything as nice as like paint over the area so you're aware of it or anything like that. There's
Well, it's a kind of
rough
a it's a lottery ticket. Imagine that you're in front of a state building, and the sidewalk has like a half-inch lip on it, and it's not painted. You weren't warned about it, and so I've seen it go down like that when a homeowner gets in trouble for not spray painting it, because I found that I make employment from things that you can't just find a job for. Like I'll go to a place and tell them that the city, you can get in trouble for this. The sidewalk, the tree, they planted the tree there and it's messing up the sidewalk. They're a homeowner, they know. They're like, yeah, I don't know what to do. Da da da. I was like, well, here's so I can, grinding sidewalks. Basically, I've done it with grinders and simple tools, but it would be nice to just have a gigantic concrete grinder, just go around and safeguard all these homeowners from the damage that the trees causing, that the cities has people's septics are getting screwed up because of the trees. And this city here particularly is to where you got to pet the beaver and watch it chew down the trees and just deal with it, because it's Oregon, it's
Pet
beavers.
beaver.
Yeah, yeah. I'll be sitting on the stump going, yeah, look at that beautiful beaver. As they're going, wasn't there a tree here? It's like, yeah, that guy right there took it down. I talked to Statesman's Journal
your
about it,
point
and
about the planning is spot on. I'll say
Statesman's
that
Journal
because
wouldn't do anything about it. So I went to a freelance journalist, and she wrote about it, and she actually got them to have sand with paint, so they painted sand paint on the trees to prevent the beavers. It's working pretty well. But then the freelance got back to me and told me about this lady is having 100 trees planted. And I told her, I go, where are they planting them? And she goes, guess. I go, oh, they're planting them right where the beaver, And so the lady, she has to say, I just planted all these trees. We had this big hoopla. But these beavers are threatening my trees. And I think all of you guys knew that it would happen, right? To where that's kind of, we're like, hey, she wants to plant 100 trees. Let's plant them in the park where the beaver's at, where, it's been, systematically taken down. Oh, and another thing, Captain, he will come on the show one time and talk about his experience. Like, there was something about the boat oh, he proposed something to them, and the city goes, haha, yeah, that's weird, that's interesting. But then in the newspaper, Captain goes, look at this, and he showed me, and I go, that's at the Riverfront Park. It's like the new jungle gym. And I'm like, wait a minute, they're putting an artificial hill for people to roll down. And then I was looking at the equipment, and I'm like, oh no, the future's going to be dumb, because if they're updating the park for kids, the play equipment, and they're putting a hill for kids to roll down, like a quiet space, I was just like, I was, I looked at Captain, and he was like, because he knows how I am. He kind of just goes, hey, guess what? The city's doing, and he just watched me go, oh, look, he's mad. Look at him. Sean's pissed off. I'm like, ranting, Raven, ranting, and then I come back to Captain because he goes to these meetings. He talks civilly. I learned because I'll rant and rave and whatever, and then I'll discuss with him and fine tune my speak and learn what not to say and how to say things, and I'll be like, I can bring it down to a simple thing like, beavers, as I'm standing on a stump or the park equipment. Like, I wish there was a hill to roll down, you know? And then eventually there will be, and people will be like, yeah, they put this because it's Sean, because nobody's asking for it. And I go, because Captain's like, he's going to get on the radio and does, usually what he does and says, kind of, he does Freedom of Information Acts. There's accidents on here all the time because if you come down this hill and you go fast, you will jump. You will not land for another 100, 200 feet. But the problem is your takeoff, one side's a little higher than the other, so you don't quite land right. And so when they hit, when they
Oh no, don't cut out now. We want to hear what happens when you jump this hill. I do. And he's frozen.
They froze him.
Darn it. We're just getting to the evil Knievel stuff. But that's a really darn good point. Like, we know how important civic planning is, and they seem to have designed everything to fail.
Yep.
To keep us trapped in that same system. Like, the old stuff was fine, so they put crappy, cheap, new stuff on top of it that would need to be constantly repaired and torn down and redone over and over again to keep us those cogs in the system. When, we have these structures that are thousands of years old, and they're fine, and they're kind of in harmony with the environment,
Their environment.
Night, Elkie. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, peace. Get some sleep.
Well, it's almost 2 a.m. Maybe I should start to think about winding this down too. It's pretty late.
Oh, is it? It's only 10:43 for me.
It is 1:45 here, and this stream has officially been going for 5 hours. So I think I'm officially fried. And usually I should be losing the charge on my headphones soon.
Oh, I should have got my earbuds in.
That's impressive, Jen.
Thank you so much, you guys, for being here. I'm so glad that you turned up to chit chat with me and keep me company tonight and share your weird without any fear.
Yeah, let's all be weird together. And we can be alone together, too, which is cool.
Yeah, you can still be over there in your underwear and I won't tell a soul.
No, a towel and socks.
Oh, you've got a towel and socks. That's great. That's pretty good.
But I asked your permission, like what the dress code was on the way in, so you could have thrown me out then.
Well,
I'd get shot if I was dressed like that here.
See you guys. Thanks
fabulous
for having me on, Jen. I'm
icons.
popping out. Love
Okay,
you guys.
I'll talk to you soon, David. Love you. Have a good night.
You too. See you, Andy.
Be blessed.
Good night, Andy. Thank you again for coming over and chatting again. And I will definitely see you in another stream soon.
Night, night. Good night.
And good night to all our buddies in chat. Man, just too many to even go through tonight. We've got so many. We had a full house. Much love, y'all. Love and peace. This guy's getting ready to do weird stuff, and we'll chat about it another time. So until then, much love and happy hours.